This is now going to be day 4, coding on the MOBA. Give it a second for the streams to warm up. Looks good. Let me do a little promo for the day. Welcome. Just about to get started here. Couple cool things. We'll start while the stream gets warmed up a little bit. I'll start with a couple cool things, couple results from the last day or so. Then what I'm going to be coding on today, which is stuff I was working on last night. And we'll go from there. I'm probably going to try to be live for getting started a little late. I'll try to still do 7 hours. We'll target 7 hours. So, few cool things to start out with. So we have this, where is it? Projects. We have this sweep of the continuous control environment that I started working on last week. I've left this running for a very long time. This has 335 completed runs. Each run is a minimum of 500 steps per second. 500 million steps total, excuse me. So that means that this experiment has been training for well over 150 billion steps. Huge amount of training data. That's like, I don't even know how much data that is. That's a lot of data. If each OBS is a kilobyte, which, is it a kilobyte? Might be a little less than a kilobyte. If it were a kilobyte, it would be 150 terabytes, right? Yeah, 150 terabytes of data. Anyways, huge amounts of data. So this graph here is from the hyperparameter sweep that we ran with all these different experiments. It uses the CARBS algorithm, which is from Imbue AI, my integration of this algorithm. And it has automatically found us some very good solutions to this problem. So I'm going to figure out, do a little bit of analysis on this while the stream warms up. Going to see if I can figure out why we have these interesting patterns. And also, I'd just like to say that if this point here is remotely correct, this has absolutely crushed the environment. So that amount of data was actually incredibly useful for tuning something this good. So we'll do this analysis live, and you'll get to see the process for this. I want to start with looking at this point right here. Interesting, this curve is still going up very quickly. So possibly this can even get better over time, this specific set of hyperparameters. Let's see if there's any shenanigans going on in the process. These curves, the value loss is very high. That's a bit concerning. Everything else looks mostly reasonable. The value loss is very high. This is a little bit odd. Although this could be indicative of just, this can happen when training is learning very quickly. This can just happen there as well. Let's see if we're gonna, and I see we have a few folks on YouTube, so I'm gonna spend a few minutes on this experimental analysis because this is a really cool result, and then we're gonna go straight into the MOBA dev. And today we're going to be coding 15 abilities that we decided on stream yesterday, and maybe we'll get some animations behind them, but it's gonna feel like a proper MOBA by the end of the day. So with this analysis here, I want to see what the hyperparameters behind this were. See if these look reasonable to me or if there's something insane going on. Very large batch size. Interesting. In fact, possibly I should make this allowed to be much larger, because increasing the batch size seems to consistently help. Very low clip coefficient is kind of weird. Low entropy, but that's not terribly bad. Very low lambda is kind of odd. reasonable discount factor, reasonable gamma, low but reasonable learning rate. This is reasonable mini batch size. This ratio of batch size to mini batch size is a little weird because it means you have many updates on the same bit of data. And where do we have epochs? Update epochs 3. So this is a lot of updates on stale data, which is odd. Very odd. So these hyperparams are not insane, but they're a little bit wonky to me. I'm surprised that this is the one that does so well. Next thing I want to figure out here is I want to figure out. So when you get a graph like this, right? This gives you a huge amount of information about the environment. You can see, first of all, how hyperparameter sensitive the environment is. This is one of the continuous control environments that we developed on stream last week. So you can see this is very hyperparameter sensitive. Different configurations lead to wildly different results here. If I check, it seems like there are a lot of overlapping runs here, right? Is it just me, or are there like a lot of overlapping runs? It looks like there are a lot of them right here that are identical. And I can see a couple different colors here as well. So that's actually very odd. We should not really have experiments that are identical to each other. So this could potentially be a glitch with carbs. It could be rerunning the same experiment repeatedly. That sounds pretty likely to me. Or there could be something weirder at play. Let's just grab here. We'll need to, well, very annoying that you can't like, there's no like link option here. We'll click one of these, and then we'll go back to sweeps. We'll go back to Wannabe sweeps, and we'll click another. I just want to see if it's launching with identical hyperparameters, multiple trials, because it should not be allowed to launch multiple different experiments with the same hyperparameters. So let's figure out what's going on with this. So we click this one over here. Let's click like this one over here. Okay, so if I scroll down, we should see that we have exactly the same. We have exactly the same reward curve here, right? Exactly the same. Steps per second is not exactly the same. These are two different experiments, right? But they're getting exactly the same results. So I imagine that they're going to have the same hyperparameters. Let's see. And it's going to be very weird if they don't. 260K, 8 BPT horizon, 8 BPT horizon, entropy 0028, entropy 0028. Okay, so there is a weird thing going on with carbs, it looks like. GE lambdas 0.7. Let me just make sure. 008, 008. Yeah, okay. So if somehow carbs is relaunching the same experiment, let me check time steps. 069. 069. Yeah, so carbs is relaunching the same experiment multiple times. So that's just a bug with the algorithm. We will have to adjust that. We're not going to do that right now. We're going to do MOBA dev, but I will include that in the tweet here. Because this is a nice bit of progress, and people usually like the content on carbs. This is a very, very powerful hyper-tuning parameter algorithm. As soon as we get finish getting the bugs out of this, this is going to be absolutely insane for... this is going to be absolutely insane for the RL community. Let's do this. One plot. 2 days. 1 4090. And we use 2 CPU cores only. And complete. Okay. And we'll add the star puffer thing, and then we'll do MOBA dev. If you haven't already, if you want to go ahead and start Pufferlib, it helps me out a whole bunch. This is where all of my stuff lives, all open source. Okay. We are all set. So welcome everyone. We're going to go back to MOBA dev. When we last left the environment... Nope, not this one. Do we have a good GIF? Well, I know the GIF is on Twitter, so I'll show the GIF that we got from last night. Just a quick render of the environment. Yeah, right here. So we have minions that wander around. The creeps, they have basic creep AI. We have a basic few abilities. They're towers. The towers hit you. They do damage. You can kill the towers. Creeps will fight each other. Creeps will fight towers. Kind of looks like a really basic mini MOBA, right? And what we're going to do now is at the end of the stream last night, we kind of co-designed some hero abilities. We want this to just be a mirror match 5v5 with support, mid, top, bottom, and jungle roles. And what we're going to do is we're going to implement the mechanics that are required for all of these abilities. Things like stuns, slows, teleports, and so on. And auras and stuff like that. And then we're going to implement the individual abilities. Environment is currently 600 lines of Scython. The goal is to make this whole environment done in no more than 1,200 lines of Scython. So this should have to be pretty compact. We just want to keep this to be a relatively small project. I'm going to start by putting this over here. Make sure it's not covering camera. Okay, so things that we have to implement for this. We need to implement attack damage. We already kind of have that. HP per agent, maybe. Some sort of template for that. Heal, AoE heal. That's not that hard. AoE stun. Not that hard. What else? Ranged attacks, that's already able. We have to implement some like distance checks. We've got to implement damage over time. Lots of stuff. Okay. Good starting point. I bet we can get all this done today. And then as soon as we get this, I'm surprised you're using top and bottom lane conventions instead of safe and off lane. I actually have not played very much. I don't have that much time in MOBAs. I've played maybe like 50 hours of Dota and maybe few hundred hours of League. Not even. Basically barely. However long it takes to qualify for ranked, like that plus a little bit, not that much. I played a ton of MMOs and a ton of other games, but not many MOBAs. So my vocab here is going to be just a random hodgepodge of Dota and League stuff. And if I do anything that's weird or like doesn't make sense from a game design perspective, having played more of these, let me know. And welcome to the stream. Okay, so we probably need some additional attributes here. We need difference is safe and off. Safe lane is always matched against the enemy's off lane versus vice versa. Bottom lane is matched against bottom lane. Yeah, okay. I remember that. Okay, so yeah, on the Dota map, right, it's on the Dota map it is usually the meta is 2v1. Is it 2 yeah, it's 2v1 on one side, and then it's 1v2 on the other side usually. Whereas in League, it's usually 2v2 bottom, right? And then 1v1 top, 1v1 mid, and then jungle is jungle, right? I am basing this off of the Dota map, not the League map, if that helps. But as for what meta the agents discover, that's entirely up to the reinforcement learning agents, right? And of course, influenced by other decisions we make in coding this thing. Okay, so we need to add a bunch of stuff to the entity struct here. I got to figure out what actual attributes we need. So this needs to have float, move, speed. Safe lane is meant to get gold for carry. Yep. Off lane is meant to stop them from doing that. Yep. From what I can see you're doing now, you're pitting carry against carry, which breaks convention. Carry against carry is League, right? Carry versus carry is League. Well, okay, here I'll take a second and you can tell me if there's something weird here. So I've listed these as top, bottom, mid, and stuff, but like I'm not assigning agents to lanes. It's going to be up to the reinforcement learning agents who goes into what lane. Probably at the start they're all going to just go down mid, and then eventually they'll learn other stuff. Yeah, Dota has 2 in safe and oh wait, Dota has 2 in safe and off and 1 in mid. Am I completely wrong here? I thought there was 1 in off and then there's a jungler, no? Or am I totally wrong there? What's the Dota... What? Hold on. Is there no jungle? Am I just stupid? Roamer. Both lanes. Jungling isn't a role. They gutted it. Okay. Is that relatively new or am I just dumb? Possible I'm just dumb. Fringe option? Okay. So, let's ignore the titles here, right? Just ignore all these titles. Tell me if this composition of teams, if it makes sense and if there's something that you think can be made more interesting. The idea here is there is a character that has supportive utility. It has an AoE heal, it has a stun, and it has a hook, a pull. There's a character that has that's like medium squishy, not super tanky, and that does a ton of burst DPS, also brings a stun. There's a tanky-ish character that has like a good engage. There is a scaling character that's a squishy. And then there's a character that has very good clear, as well as assassin type abilities. That's sort of what I came up with. I guess I it's modeled off of a hodgepodge of League and Dota, I guess. Since I've played more League, I probably leaned more towards that. Though I did also take some of these things from the stream last night. Specifically, I was thinking of Lina for mid, Pudge or Thresh for the support. The top was like a Juggernaut or a Garen. Bottom was like a Drow or an Ashe. And then this position I took like Nocturne as an assassin type. Well, we're not gonna. They're not even gonna be titled anything. If this makes sense though, game design wise. Well, I have to implement all this stuff anyways, and we'll see. Like, we're not really gonna know until. It would be pretty hard to make this thing fully multiplayer, and I don't think the stream is large enough to get a full 5v5 anyways. Though we could try to like playtest the thing. Bottom would be better as a tank IMO, but it would work. If I make bottom a tank, there's no squishy. There's like the top is designed as. The top is kind of designed as a tank. He's got a self-heal. Not super tanky, I guess. Wait, is he not super tanky? Oh yeah, the top should be more tanky than it is now. I don't have anybody with high HP. This should be high HP. So right now, this is meant to be the squishy. This is like an assassin. This is a tank. I mean, I could label them like that, right? Tank. DPS. Just like assassin. This is like burst. And then this is support. Maybe that makes it less confusing. Okay, I've had a little bit of time in the back of my head to think about the abilities while I was talking through that. The one thing that's a little tricky with these is we need to have, well, here, slow, stun is easy. Stun is easy. We can do timer. Jug doesn't typically have high HP or fit the tank role. Somewhere like Necros or Centaur, Ray 1, or maybe work better as a model. Somebody in the stream yesterday liked Juggernaut as a concept. I didn't build him quite the same way as Juggernaut classically is. I gave him a self-heal for sustain. I gave him a channeled AoE damage over time that's like the spin to win. And I gave him a heavier, like single target engage damage over time. Is what I was thinking. We also have to implement all this stuff, which is the hard part, right? Slow timer. Slow. Strength. Percent. That's actually Necrophos to a T. Okay, well then there you go. It's that then. If I'm designing something that ends up being one-to-one for an existing character in a MOBA, it's probably a good design. So stun just needs a timer. Slow needs a percent. We also need, there's a move speed buff, I think. There's really only one of these. So we can do percent int timer. We need timers and stuff for all the buffs. What other stat things did we come up with? Damage over times are not going to be handled in quite the same way. This is fine. Nuke, stun, heal, hook. I think that's all we need to add to this base thing here. So we will set all of these to we'll set all of these in the reset or wherever, which is okay. So here is where you have the players. We set the base move speed to agent speed. The move percent is going to be 1.0, right? I guess that's not a percentage, but whatever. Here, move timer 0, stun timer, slow percent. Yeah, these are all 0. And actually, we don't need the slow percent because this is slow is a move modifier. So we can actually just go with the move percent, and we can get rid of this additional variable here. And instead of percent, we'll just do modifier. Modifier. And we'll do this as 0. Okay. Now from here, we need to start implementing some abilities. Do we need slow timer then? Yeah, it's the... Oh, wait, slow. We need move timer, I guess, technically. Move timer. Yeah, it works as move timer. Well, there are two ways to implement stuff, right? The reason... The way that you'd implement auras is different from the way that you would implement, like, on-hit damage over times that, like, linger. So it kind of depends which way. I'll leave it as move timer for now. So a move timer and a stun timer. We'll leave it like this for now. We definitely don't need move and slow timer, though. You're right about that. Okay, and I think we just start going to skill here. Now we're going to have to soup up attack, because a lot of these AoEs and stuff are just going to be calling attack in a loop. You've got 2 move timers. Whoops. Move timer, stun timer. Okay. Can you do default variables in Python? I don't know if you can do default variables in Python. Incorrect handling. These don't look good. Let's assume that we can't. So I guess we'll just have to set them manually. It's okay. Int stun. Maybe attack returns. Maybe attack returns a player star, a pointer. Maybe we return a pointer to the... Okay, I think I know how I'm going to do this. It's just, I have like the way that I've defined arguments and stuff is kind of gross. That'll just get better though with some refactors. This is only day 4 of the project. So we have skill attack. Let's just define AoE. AoE attack. which is basically just this portion of it, right? It's just without the mana cost. So, PID, target PID. And then instead of 200, this is damage. And then when you do skill attack here, this should just be AoE attack, PID, target PID, 200. And you also have to do the mana check, right? So, players get CDEF, entity star player. We subtract the mana costs, and then we do the AoE attack, right? That's fine. I'm building on these as primitives because we can essentially use, we're going to essentially reuse this for a bunch of stuff, I think. So I'm going to have to handle this. There's a weird team check in attack that's going to make it a little tricky. Maybe not. First ability, single target stun. The thing that's taking me time here is I don't want to add a whole bunch of arguments that can't have defaults. Because apparently I don't think Scython has good support for defaults. So I don't want to add like stun equals 0, so on and so forth, and have a giant attack function. So what I think I'm going to do instead is this attack is going to take... I could pass Entity Star here instead of a PID. Right? I could pass Entity Star here. Let me try it this way. Let me just see what happens. Entity Star player. Entity Star target. And that way I can add stuns and stuff more easily. So get rid of this. We're going to do this check separately. No longer need this. And we can do... This is fine. We're going to have to change this from respawn to... Respawn. I think that these do need PIDs, don't they? Let me see. Oh, but it's fine because it's in the... Yeah. We're good. So we can do respawn player. Oops. No, it's target. And kill target. And we'll just make all the functions take entity stars. There isn't something weird about passing entity stars to functions, is there? No. If I pass the pointer... I think I can pass the pointer around. Would you... What's this? Would you recommend someone learn computer science and a bunch of fundamentals before learning a language? No, you learn them jointly. You're not going to be able to conceptualize any of the stuff that you see in the books without actually implementing it in code. So I generally recommend people spend, like, you're gonna have to do a little bit of study on basics before you start, but 80, like, when you're new, like 80% of your time building very, very basic simple things, and like 20% of your time on formal learning. That's my recommendation. Okay, so I like this attack function. Let's make a heal function. And this team check is a little weird because this is the only thing that we even need it for, right? You can pass a pointer, just be sure the formatting is correct. Yeah, so the thing I was getting confused over, yeah, no problem. Everett, the thing I was getting confused over is if, so let's say that I pass entity player. I think this is the thing I'm getting confused over. If I pass entity player instead of entity star, it passes by value. So it will make a copy under the hood. I think that that's how it works. Though I'm actually do I have that right? I seem to recall there being a reason I never passed pointers to functions in Python. I only return them from functions. Do you have debugging capabilities in your IDE? I have very good debugging capabilities for Python. I don't have good debugging capabilities for Python because there isn't as good of a debugger for it. Also, this is NeoVim. Is this? I mean, I can just make a little test for this, right? Let me just make a little test. Because I don't want to refactor all this if I like have something fundamentally wrong about the language. C test pi x. Let's do def test struct view. Let's do player star. Or like this. And then we'll do cdef player star player. I can do player dot health equals 10. And then I can do def cdef void mutate player star player, and I can do player.health plus equal 1, and then I can do mutate tail, and I can print player.health, right? Quick run debugging session just to check the value is not just copy when passed in. Yeah, so that's what I would do normally, but because Python transpiles to C and then it compiles, it's a little awkward debugging Python. It's one of the things I really wish were better. Normally, I would just put some breakpoints in Python. I just PDB or whatever, right? Test. What did I call this? Test struct view. Seg fault. Well, are you not allowed to just make a struct like this? You have to malloc this? Bah. obnoxious that it won't just allocate stuff on the stack for you. Okay, 11. That's what we wanted, right? So it does work. What the heck was I doing before that was, like, screwing me over? I think I was just being stupid before, because this definitely works. You can totally just pass around pointers. I think I was being stubborn and I didn't want to be passing around pointers, so I think I was doing this before. I think I was trying to pass around just player, and then obviously that's a pass by value. So I think I was just being stupid. It is usually just skill issue after all. Okay, so actually this makes everything way simpler. I still like this. I still like having these getters here, just because if you try to index directly and you forget the ampersand, you're screwed, because it'll make a copy. With pointers, it should be a lot easier to lower processing time. Yeah, well, the PIDs are kind of like pointers, right? Player ID is an integer that indexes into the struct that tells you where the thing is. So it's kind of the same thing. But this will definitely be a lot easier. Also, I don't know how long you've been around this, but this program here, this environment is going to be running at well over 1,000,000 frames per second by the time I am done with it. Not rendering, but 1,000,000 like state updates, player state updates per second by the time I'm done with it. That is what is required for it to be awesome for reinforcement learning, and I've done it for several other environments. So all of this bumbling around does eventually get somewhere, typically. We'll think about these team checks later, but for now it's going to be you don't want to heal your enemies, and then it's going to be target float amount if target max health, what is it? Health plus amount. This is good. I kind of prefer just clipping it though. I can do target.health plus equals amount, and if target health is greater than max health, then you just decrease it. Yeah, that's better. Okay. So now we have our heal function. As for our AoE attack, get rid of this check. We'll do entity star player, entity star target, and float damage. Be interesting if the models could heal enemies, making for some strategic brilliance once the models are trained. Wouldn't that just make it really hard to get off AoE heals? Like, wouldn't that just make, like, your AoE heal ability that you want to be useful in a team fight not useful in a team fight? Like, what is a situation in which having that be a thing would be good. I think it just kind of nerfs the heck out of AoE healing. Target PID. Oh, you don't need target. Wait, do you not need... So this is the center target here. Hey, JBL, welcome. Welcome back, I should say. I remember you. Are you trying to make the gameplay MOBA unique or modeled after existing MOBAs? I don't particularly care how original or unoriginal it is. I just care that we have something that works, that is relatively interesting, that we can use for RL. Outnumber the enemy for more heals on your team. Promotes group cohesion and effective positioning. It could. It's pretty hard to gauge. Do Dota and League allow your... I don't think Dota and League have... They don't let you heal enemies, right? So I guess that's to prevent griefing. I will consider it. It will be considered. Let's get some of the basics implemented here. We should not call this range. Centered on a player. Target PID is equal to... Continue. Target is going to be get entity. And it's going to be player, target, damage. Very nice. I'm actually... Yeah, I'm liking these pointers way more. We'll see if they cause any other bugs, but these pointers are very nice. I really, really wish that Scython didn't have pass by value, so I could just remove the pointer syntax and it could be an entity. But they took this thing from C instead of from Python. They could have gone either way. Check the Twitter real quick. All my stuff is on JSuarez5341 as well on X. Let's see. Okay. Twitter's been quiet the last couple of days. It's been a crazy week in the US. Understandable. Okay, so we've got this AoE attack. I could very easily make this AoE attack. I could just make this AoE. I could just make this damage or heal. Right? And I could do if why write it in Python? Seems a little obscure, which makes collaboration difficult, which is what something I assume you're going for. It's actually the least obscure thing for the ML and AI community, because A Python is very close to Python, and it eliminates the entire PyBind shenanigans layer. So the PyBind shenanigans layer is a huge, huge pain for integrating stuff with Python. It cannot be written in raw Python. It will be too slow. So the choices are, Python, which is somewhat accessible, C++, which means that no researcher will ever touch this, Rust, which means only Rust people will ever touch this, and that's about it. Welcome, Brad. Things are going well. The project's looking very nice. Our heal is greater than 0. We can actually just make this damage, right? And then you pass a negative value. Got it. It's the only middle. Yeah, exactly. And I've got to be honest, I actually love Scython. It's so good. Like, the utility that Scython... When you have to have something that has a Python interface, okay? Which is all of AI. Scython has such amazing support with NumPy. It's nuts. Like, do you know Scython basically gives you an entity component system for free that is mirrored between Python and Scython? Like, I can make an array from Python side, pass it into Scython. Scython can interpret that as, like, say, a 2D array of structs or whatever. So you have struct access to attributes. But then in Python, I can do, like, players.health, and I get a vector with all of the health of all the players, or I can do players of 0.health and get the health for just one player. So it has really, really nice support for stuff. Okay, so this AoE now works. At least in theory. Stun. Stun is easy, right? We don't even need a function for stun because it's literally just setting a value. Don't need a function for slow, it's literally setting a value. We need the AoE function. Channel just means that we call AoE every step. It's not that big of a deal. Self-heal is just calling heal on yourself. That's fine. Engage damage over time. You need to have a teleport of some variety, so we do need a teleport to function because that's not just a move. It needs to be moved slightly off. So we're missing like teleport near or something. And then we're missing push, I think. Push and pull. Do you plan on implementing an item system? So, not currently. I could be swayed, but training agents to buy items is a complete pain in the ass. So much so that OpenAI even scripted their item build system for OpenAI 5. It's really a pain to get agents to do like these really, really sparse decision-making things that require like outside knowledge. I mean, people spreadsheet the heck out of their item builds, right? It's really hard to get that to come out into an RL context. We are going to have separate skills. We are going to have leveling and that sort of thing. Maybe I can be convinced to do an item system, but if we do, there will have to be some serious restrictions on it. You definitely have experience when it comes to in-game economies. Oh yeah. The market system in Neural MMO has been the bane of my existence. Let me tell you that. It's like the coolest thing ever, but it's such a pain to get it to work. I have some more work coming out on that actually soon, where I kind of got it to work, but like it's really hard. Okay, let's implement this teleport to near. Where's move to? This needs to be a respawn entity, not PID, right? Random plus, you mentioned this before, but I love the idea of open source bounties as a source of revenue for open source software. Source of revenue. It's a source of revenue for contributors to open source software, but the open source like project still has to get some income in order to pay those out. So when Puffer AI as a company starts to get some revenue, that's when I'm hoping to be able to do that. But like in order for something like that to happen, basically Puffer has to get big enough that companies start using it and want support contracts or something like that, which would then fund bounties and such. That's the goal. I don't know. I've been trying to find like nice ways to monetize stuff here. Um, because I don't want to close source any of this. That's a terrible idea. You know, I don't want to like do any gross shenanigans there. Like the goal is to advance science and make money in the process, not to like, make money and not advance science. Yeah. So it's definitely something I want to do, but it's going to be a little later on in Puffer when the project gets a little bit bigger. That's why stuff like Star Puffer, promote the Twitter, that stuff actually helps me a lot because it helps companies see Puffer and start considering using it. Stuff like that, right? I think it will happen. I'm very hopeful because like look at this level of growth, right? Like this is a pretty big repository for RL. Like RL is a pretty niche subfield. One idea I had was a sort of internship or an intention value where for each the heroes could hold a small string the other heroes on both team could see. I think it would help with coordinating. Yeah, I experimented with that in Neural MMO as well. You can do it. It's really hard to tell whether agents actually are using that in a meaningful way. But that can be added to anything. You can add that as a wrapper to any environment. I don't even have to code that into this. You can add that as a wrapper to anything. Like all you'd have to do, you'd write that's 100 lines of code. That is at most. That's you write a gym or a petting zoo wrapper in which you augment the observation space with the observation and action space with an additional box, and then you make that box visible to everything. That's all that should be. Back to dev here. Move to. This has got to be entity. Where's move to? This is also, we have to change the APIs on some of these things. But I wanted to put right under this, I wanted to put spawn near. This is cdef void as well. Teleport, or is it move near? Entity star entity. And then entity star target. And this actually needs to return a bint. Or an int. And what we will do is, we'll put you 1 away, I guess. Yeah. And actually, we're going to make this return an int as well. We want to, because this is, okay, this returns -1 if you fail to move. And if you move, it returns, what do? You return 0? Is that the C style? I think technically you can use a b int, but I'll return 1. If self dot +1, and this is going to be entity. We're not going to make this PID. So I'm just going to try to, I'm going to try to basically move you to a bunch of positions near the target. And if none of them work, then the whole thing doesn't work. So if I move to target +1, then return 1, right? There you go. That's fine. So you try to move in 4 directions around it. And if I could do diagonals as well, potentially. Yeah, perfect. So you try the 8 directions around that are near the target, and if none of them work, then you return -1, not 0. That's very nice. We're going to have to do with this refactor in a little bit, but since I would like to put that off for a bit, we're going to just implement some abilities. How did you learn to implement more complex games like this? It seems like a pretty difficult thing to get started with. I have been coding for at least 10 years. Probably much more than that. 13 years? 14? I don't know. This is not actually going to be that complex of a game. If you think about it, this is like 1200. This is going to be at most like 1200 total lines of code. Now, the hard part about this is actually not any of the game stuff. The hard part about this is the RL part, which took a lot longer. As for just learning how to implement like small to mid-sized projects in general, you just write a lot of code and you get better at it. I probably spent, I mean, Neural MMO alone was well over 10,000 hours, probably well over 15,000 hours on just that one project. Puffer is now probably 2 to 3,000 hours in Pufferlib. And of course, I've done a lot of stuff before that. So really, this is, if you want to think about it that way, this is way smaller scope than stuff I've done previously. So this is fun, because I don't have to think a lot about, like, big software architecture. I kind of just get to write stuff. We're going to leave these skills alone here for now. And we're going to, cdef. Wait. Oops. Wow. Twitter's really quiet these days. That's weird. We're going to start here. support. We're going to implement these first without levels, and then we'll like modify them by levels or something after. But we're going to just do, this will be like void support, skill, support, hook. Oh, I didn't implement push and pull, did I? Okay, we need to go implement. We need to go implement push and pull. And the hard thing about this is going to be the collision checks. So the way I'm envisioning this in my head is we're just going to push you in increments of 1. So we're going to do cdef float dx dy. Float dx is actually going to be equal to, you're pushing the target, so it's the target.x minus player x. And then you need to get the unit vector for this. So norm vector to unit 1. Norm to unit vector. Float dist. So this will just be over dist. And then this will be over dist. Okay. So we do greater than 1.0. What we're going to do is we're going to do target. Does it move to? Hit self dot negative. Okay, so if you fail to move, then break. I actually would kind of prefer to have the error code. Let's do int hit wall. Yeah, because that just feels gross to me to do this conditional like this. And then we'll just do if. And this should not be hit wall. This should be like success or something. So like moved. Valid move. I don't know. Move. Valid move is -1, then we break out of this. Otherwise, we decrease amount by 1.0. right? Decrease amount here as well. And then at the end, we have to do, there's a little piece maybe left over for the move amount. So we do self.move to player. Or no, this autocomplete is bad. This should all be target. Target.x plus du. Okay. And this move to is I can avoid having to do this if I don't care about float amounts of movement, but I could also split the amount up into pieces. So what I'm trying to figure out here is just a nice way of doing this. The way that I'm looking at this now is like, let's say you're going to push 2.5 cells. Then you're going to push them 1, and then you're going to push them 0.5. I have to finish this at the bottom. There's several other ways I could do this, right? I could like always break your move up into 5 pieces. So you do a fixed number of collision checks. That seems bad though. Yeah, that seems bad because then you can teleport through things. So let's do it this way. Let's keep it this way. I think we had the design decent enough. Plus amount times dy. So this is the remaining piece that you're moving. Now, is there a way to make this work for push? Can I just make a function pull that has a negative amount? Like, is it literally as easy as void pull self player star, and then all you're gonna do is self.push negative amount? Yeah. This is literally it, right? Okay, so now we have push and pull. Now we can actually start implementing the skills, I think. So, and I think it's really easy when we have all these like primitives. I think it's really easy. I think that's why this is not going to be too bad to develop. So, skills support hook, self.pull player, and you're gonna be able to pull it 5 units maybe? 6 units? Whatever we decide this is gonna be. Next one is an AoE heal. Void skill support AoE heal. And then it's gonna be in a radius of 4 around, maybe? It's a pretty big AoE, yeah. And the amount of the heal will be like 200 or something. We're just going to put some basic values into start. And then we have a stun. Stun. And we don't have a stun value, but it's going to be self.attack. Player target. We're going to attack for like 50. And then we're going to do player.stun timer. And this is in increments of it's 5 increments per second, I think. It's 0.2 seconds each. So 12 is a 2-second stun, I believe. No, 10 is a 2-second stun. Player.stun timer is equal to 10. And this is not player, it's target. Target.stun timer is equal to 10. Literally that simple. And now if we go down to these ones, this code is going to be so simple and clean when this is done. This is actually great. This is actually great. Imagine if I do this in 1,000 lines. Miniature MOBA in 1,000 lines. Oops. Burst. Or skill. Burst. Nuke. Self.attack. For, I don't know, 500. We haven't implemented attack range and stuff yet, so we'll still have to do that. Long range AoE. There's 200 damage AoE. Oh, actually, this AoE heal here it's centered on itself, so it's player. Yeah. And this one is centered on a target. This one is going to have a radius of 2 around a target for 200. We'll come up with, we're not going to do animations for all these things initially, but we will have some sort of visualization method so you can see when skills are being played. That will definitely be a thing. We gotta add mana costs and other things as well. But this is, this is good starter. Skill, burst, AoE, stun. Ooh. I didn't include a stun ability in an AoE, did I? Well, we'll just leave this as a to-do. Add. No. Stun to AoE. Stun to 0. Stun equals. Okay, so that one we didn't quite cover yet. Let's cover the Juggernaut thing, which is the tank. Void skill tank. Are you using an engine for making the game or something custom? The logic for it is just in Python, so there's no engine. There's no engine whatsoever. In fact, this is the entire source code for this thing. And I don't know if you've seen it on X, but there's some GIFs posted on X from yesterday. And the rendering is done in Raylib. If you haven't seen Raylib, it is awesome. It's super lightweight. I love this thing so much. It just gives you really low-level primitives for, like, drawing shapes and drawing textures and drawing text and stuff like that. There's, like, a basic camera, but it's very, very low-level. Like, people make very basic stuff in it, but actually you can make stuff look pretty good as well. Okay, skill tank. We're gonna do, this is the AoE dot. And we have to add mana cost here. How's the game currently look? I can show the GIF because I'm in the middle of building it. So I can't run it while I'm in the middle of, edits. But this is day 4 of building. And this was a cool GIF. Hold on. So you've got your little creeps. They go around the tower. They fight the other creeps. That's a skill. I just nuked the other creeps. This is them fighting the towers, which were underbalanced at the time, and then gets killed by these, these randoms here. This is navigate. This is me playing. This is navigation by mouse, and then you'll see I will stop a push right here of creeps. So very basic, but this is day 4 total of development, so making good progress. It's already kind of fun. It's also all open source, so if you want to actually see the code, it's in this random ini config branch of Pufferlib. Give Puffer a star on your way, and it helps me a lot. There you go. Raylib is awesome. If I had to, if I'm choosing, top libraries I've ever seen for, any purpose, Raylib is definitely way up there. Raylib is god tier. I love Raylib so much. So, we gotta add mana cost for this to make sense. But this is an AoE around the player that has, a smallish radius and does, light damage. Doesn't have a heal. This is a self-heal. Was there a self.heal function? I think there is. So we're going to heal myself for 250. Technically, I don't even need to have these things in functions, and I might take them out of functions at some point. I might just put them inline in the main loop. Something like this. Next one is the squishy DPS. This is the first one that has a slow. It also has a push self back, which I didn't think about, but we might be able to do that with the existing code. I'll call it carry. And it's really a retreat slow. It's like an escape skill, so Oh yeah, we can totally do this because it's a push, and you're pushing the player away from the target, right? And then we do a slow. So it's going to be target dot move timer is going to be let's make it a 3-second slow, so 15. Move modifier is going to be 0.30% slow, maybe. That seems weak. 40% slow. Next, we have a targeted slow plus damage. Attack. You attack for 100. You inflict maybe a shorter slow, a more mild slow. I don't know. We might just take some of these values from actual Dota characters or League characters at some point, so I don't have to balance it myself. But I'm sure that it's not going to be 1-to-1 because like the engine is different and like all the stats are different, right? This just is a random AoE. No biggie. This was just a clear tool for creeps, I think. Skill. Assassin. Minions. So we have to add like a target category. So to do restrict to minions. Player target. Big AoE. For like a lot of damage. Only works. You know what would be interesting? I don't think the minions have this much health. So what if I made it so that you can target it on, this would be a cool trick. You can target it on minions, but then it can affect other players. Right? So like if type like this, hit on minions, splashes to players. That's cool. Okay. TP burst. So now we get the teleport skill. Teleport near. Return. And then we do an attack. Big damage attack. And then the last one is a move speed channel. Move buff. Or player. Was it that move mod? Is it move mod? What is it? .5 player dot move timer, something like this. Is that all the skills? Yeah. So that's like a very basic first pass at all the skills. We need to do a little bit of API refactor because we changed everything from using this complicated PID system to just using some pointers. We need to think about edge cases and limitations here because there were a couple skills I couldn't fully implement like this. And then we need to add all of these move effects. Right now, they don't actually do anything. The way it works is instantaneous effects are applied by the skill to the target immediately, but things that linger over time, like a slow, that slow has to be applied. That slow has to be like updated and applied every step. So that goes in the main loop. The view count has gone up a whole bunch, so welcome everybody. All this is open source right here in Pufferlib, pufferai/pufferlib. It's in the ini config branch right now, right here, merging it to dev soon. If you want to help out the project, please just give it a star. Helps me out a whole ton. And all this is also on X. The goal for this game is to have it running at a minimum of 1 million player steps per second. So since there are 10 players, it has to run at essentially like 100,000 FPS or whatever without rendering. And that's so that it can get enough data to feed the learning algorithm. The rendering doesn't have to be particularly fast, just has to be playable speed. Let's go start on this little refactor. These getters are fine. Spawn methods are fine. Reset method is fine. Move to. This needs to be swapped from PID to entity. This will be player. Do we use PID anywhere else? This is player.pid. And this is player.pid. We just wrote move near, so it's fine. We need to modify a kill to take entity. And this is correct already. Creep path can be modified as well to take entity star creep. Creep.pid. And then this is creep. Creep targeting is also here. Entity star. This is target, right? No. This is entity star creep. Okay. And that's all we need there. And then this is entity star creep. Then this now takes creep. Get entity target pid is fine. This attack is now going to be creep target 2. Pathing takes the creep as well. And I think the rest of this is fine. Spawn creep takes an index. The index is fine. All we have to do is give this creep instead of creep.pid. And this is actually much more efficient as well, because we're avoiding several calls to get entity by just passing around the pointers instead of the PIDs. So in fact, this is cleaner and it's also faster. Very marginally, but it is faster. Spawn creep wave. These variables should be cdeft. Spawn creep takes an index, which is fine. This function is otherwise correct. Respawn takes an entity. This function looks correct. Attack takes a player. This also looks correct. We just wrote all this code, so this code should be fine. At least it should be updated. These skill attacks and stuff, we're going to get rid of these in a moment anyways, but in the meantime we can do entity star player, entity star target. And then this AoE attack takes player target 200. Heal is going to also take entity star player. Does not need a target. And then the main thing that we have to update is this step function here, because this step function assumes a bunch of stuff. Very nice. This makes a lot of assumptions about PID. So creep AI. Creep AI already takes entity star creep. So what we're going to do is we're going to get the creep here. We make an entity star creep. Creep is get entity, and then we pass this to the AI. And if creep.pid is -1, we can simply exit out, meaning that we don't need to do any other PID checks anywhere else. So let's go check for that. Yeah, we don't need this check here, since we put it in line here, which is, I think, cleaner. It's cleaner to catch it before the function call. I don't like this particular little bit of logic. So why don't we make a get creep function, which is going to just do the indexing for us, which is idx plus num agents plus num towers. That's a little bit nicer. I don't like having this logic in line. So now we can just do, this is now idx in range of self.num, num creeps. Now we get, this is no longer get entity, this is get creep of index. Yes, and if the PID is -1, then we simply ignore it. We've got this discretization here. Don't particularly like this being here. I put this up here maybe. Okay, so this is the creep AI block is right here. Now we have the tower AI is here. We get the tower. I think we kill the towers when their health is less than 0, don't we? I think we can simplify this. Yeah, we do. We kill the tower, meaning that their PID should be -1, right? Yes, entity PID is -1. So we don't need to do this janky check against health. We can simply check this the way we check every other entity in the game, which is if the PID is -1, we continue. Now these two blocks look pretty much identical, which is very nice. We don't need to define this here. We can just, this can be tower.damage. Yeah, I kind of like this a little better. So now, is this an AoE? This is an AoE, isn't it? We wanted to prevent the towers from hitting each other, but they're not going to hit each other because they're on the same team anyways, right? So I think that this is actually, literally, we replace this entire block with self.aoe centered on itself, right? Radius of tower vision and then tower damage. And we delete this entire block. That's clean. That's very clean. I like that a lot. Now we have PID here. We get the player. Let's see if we can do anything similar. Player logic is a little bit more complicated. We'll be cheeky and we'll put player I. It actually is player AI because it's... Nah, it was player logic. I was going to be cheeky. Let's fix the API stuff first, and then we'll go modify all of the various status effects in the game. Because the players need the status effects. Actually, the creeps need status effects too, don't they? We'll think about that. We'll probably just make an update status function that can target any entity type. That's what we'll do. So, player is going to be get entity of PID. We get Y and X. We increment mana, sure. Discretization is fine. The targeting is a little bit awkward because we're getting it from player observation. So we probably should do a check here. Maybe this is okay. We're getting the target's PID. Do we even need the target PID? I think we get rid of this and we just do skill attack, player, and target, right? That's the new API, and that's easier. Player heals. Player, target 5. Okay, that's actually way easier than I thought it would be. And then we have this discretization shenanigans again. You know, why don't we do this all in one spot, right? Why make it hard? Let's just put this up here. If discretize, we do velocity calcs up here. We do velocity calcs up here. That's way nicer, right? And the destination and the move gets done at the end. So now we simply have this nice block of logic where we update mana, we get the actions from the player, we get the selected target, and we attack, heal, or whatever we're going to do. That's very nice. So, we need to make an update status function because it's going to have to be called by both the players and the creeps. So let's make an update status. Not too bad for a start. What timers did we end up defining? We ended up defining a stun timer and a move timer only, right? Okay. So we just update the timers. Anything else we have to do? That was actually a lot simpler than I thought. Now, we do have to update in a few other places. There are a couple other small things. Let's do self.update status of player. And then the creep also has to get the status updated. Self.update status. And it's got to be right here before we know when we know it's valid. Okay. So the main thing is we have to change in movement. Movement is the main thing that gets modified, right? I suppose attack also gets modified because if you try to attack and you're stunned, nothing happens, right? Is that where I want to add the logic? I mean, there are all sorts of skills that players have. So I think that right here, we just do if self or if player dot stun timer is greater than 0, continue. Movement will be handled by the move timer. I like handling it here, actually. And then we handle right here before or after the status update. Not particularly important where it wears off, right? Actually, I kind of like putting it up here before the status update. Mana should definitely regen even if you're stunned, though. That's nice. Yeah, so before the status update. That's much better. Where do I use player.x? I only actually use player.x once, so I can put player.y and player.x here, right? Now, as for the destination, the move logic doesn't take into account slows at the moment, right? So I have a few options. Let's start with this one. The update status function actually should reset, oops, I misspelled assassin. The move timers actually need to be a little bit different. If the move timer is 0, then entity move modifier needs to be 1.0, right? That way, I can do self dot move modifier. I like getting rid of these spaces. So this gives you the ability to slow down players. What about creeps? How does creep pathing work? Creep path. So we have a function that we wrote that paths towards a target. This is very easy. We simply do first of all, it's not self.agentspeed. Now it's creep.agentspeed. We gave it as a property. No, we didn't. We haven't done that yet. We do have creep.move modifier, right? There. Now they can be subjected to move modifiers. I think that's more efficient. It requires us to change it in 2 places, but it would be more efficient than the alternative, which would require us to do an expensive vector normalization operation every time. Which I'd like to avoid doing those if I can. Currently, they're only required for push and pull actions, which are very rare. So I think that the approach now is going to be to debug whatever we assuredly broke here. And then we're going to start integrating the skills that we wrote with the various players. And then after that, we will iterate on the skills to make them more reasonable, and we'll add some graphics to them as well. That seems like a good idea. We still have, well, I've been doing this for 2 hours. We've got another 5 hours of this. Oops. Okay, good number of errors. Most of these look really easy. Entity star target, we don't need that anymore. 500. Move 2. This is just tower and not tower.pid. Hey guys, what has been implemented so far? I will show you. This is day 4, and oops. This is what we had at the end of the day yesterday. I'm the red puffer in here. These are my minions. They just passed tower. I just used a skill to nuke all the minions. The minions took out a tower. The towers were not balanced, so the towers were too weak at the time. And then the minion dies because minions feed. And we go back there. We will be just in time to prevent a push from the enemy minions. Same 3 lanes. It's actually, it's based on the Dota map, not the League map. We just haven't added all the additional hallways and things in. But yeah, it's same 3 lanes. In fact, I can give you the high level of it. Here, maybe this will be cooler. This is really, not this one. So you can see the minions fighting. Just like a really simple overhead render. So this is what we have so far. This is all on my GitHub as well. It's in here on the ini. It's in the ini config branch of Pufferlib. Give Pufferlib a star on your way in. Helps me out a bunch. And what we've been working on today is we've been working on implementing 15 skills. So we're going to have 5 different heroes. They will each have 3 skills, so 15 total skills. It will be a mirror match, 5v5. And I want to get that working today. Maybe not with like good animations, but at least with some sort of visualization of the skills and what they're doing. The skills were designed on stream with viewers last night. So we went back and forth on a bunch of different skills for different different characters. Some were modeled off of League characters, some were modeled off of Dota characters, some were a mix of the two. And I just did an initial implementation of all the skills right here. They're not all that complicated. Like, if you think about it, most skills, it's like some combination of damage, single target or AoE, move or stun, maybe a push or pull. So a lot of them are very easy. And now we're going to get that to work. Of course, I just did a huge refactor, so it's going to take a little bit to get it all running correctly. But not that bad. New watcher here with no connection to coding, but huge love for Dota. Have you thought about posting this project on the Dota Reddit? You get a ton of love since OpenAI did the same thing. Yeah, this is a brand new project. I've only been working on this for 3 days. So once it looks more like Dota, or once it looks more like an actual game, then yeah, I could definitely post some stuff. It would be cool. The fun thing about the Dota story, so that was an inspiration for a lot of my work. You know, I did my PhD for the last 5 years, just got finished with it. And the inspiration for a lot of my work was OpenAI 5. I was about 15 feet away from those guys when they were working on it, and it was the coolest darn project I've ever seen, and also the most talented team I've ever seen. That team was cracked beyond belief. So, and they found stuff in reinforcement learning that like the majority of academia hasn't caught up to even today, even though they published it. It's crazy. The sad thing was like how slow the environment was, right? Like it was so slow to run it. You needed such large scale compute. So this is not going to be a full scale MOBA, obviously, but it'll be, you know, the bare bones of a MOBA. And you're going to be able to train this thing on in 1 day on one GPU to do something interesting. I can guarantee that. Because this is going to run at 1,000,000 frames per second. So, yeah. And it's not going to take that long to build either. I'm intending this to be like a 1 to 2 week project to get something working, and then we'll see how long we spend fiddling with it and tuning it after that. Could you go over the RL algorithm you're using for the agents at some point? Yeah, it's the same as that they were using in OpenAI 5. It's just PPO, proximal policy optimization. Reinforcement learning algorithms have basically been stagnant since 2017, 18, whenever it was published. PPO's kind of just solved everything. And DOTA was solved with many people aren't aware of this, but the OpenAI 5 model was a 1-layer LSTM. Really fancy encoder and decoder, but like it was a 1-layer LSTM. Whole model had like 150 million parameters. So yeah. Not sure if you thought about monetizing this, but what about selling the finished version of this to pro teams so they could train? Nowadays they only train against other teams, so they can't practice all their strategies. This is not going to be close enough to a full-scale MMO for that, and like the amount of time I'd have to invest to do that versus the amount of money I could potentially make is just straight up not worth it. My focus now is 100% on fixing the whole reinforcement learning ecosystem and making RL sane and consistent. And any money I'm going to make is going to come from companies that need that, not so much spin-off applications. Also, this is all open source. What are you thinking for the architecture? It's going to be very basic. We're going to need to have, well, not that basic. No, not a transformer. Transformer's too heavy. You didn't even need a transformer for full-scale Dota. We want this thing to train at hundreds of thousands of steps per second. It's going to be likely a very small convnet for the obstacle map, like the 2D map data. And then there's going to be some sort of attentional thing, maybe like a multi-head attention block, but not a full transformer over the entity data, which is like the nearby players or creeps. And then for the decode, there's going to be an LSTM. And then for the decoder, there's one section of it that is very basic that just has linear layers for decoding actions. And then there's one section that's kind of entity specific where you have to pick a nearby target to attack. But neither of them are too complicated. You're also able to run this with discrete or continuous actions. So your movement can be discrete or continuous. So there'll be integrations for that as well. But I am confident that we can get this thing training at the very least several 100,000 steps per second, and then simulating it like at least 1,000,000 steps per second per CPU core. X1, Y1, X2, Y2. So target X target dot Y player dot X player dot Y. Yeah, Puffer's all about like Puffer's ultra high performance RL. You can make things very, very fast with Puffer. For reference, we did obviously this is a simpler environment, even though the tech is the same. But like this thing, this is Snake with 4096 snakes. The simulation for this runs 14 million snake steps per second on one CPU core, and this trains at 1,000,000 steps per second at least on one GPU with just like a little convnet plus LSTM. As I mentioned before, I've got very little to no knowledge about coding. Could you explain simply how OpenAI managed to use a code about playing Dota to create the chatbot? Well, it wasn't a chatbot. Oh, I see what you mean. To create it, like, how does one apply the same idea? Yeah, so um AI used to be like a bunch of different subfields where you needed really different knowledge, um, like to work in natural language processing versus RL versus vision. But it's gotten closer and closer together over the last several years. So now it's basically like there are a set of common neural net architectures that you can kind of just throw at anything and they will work. The infrastructure is different and there's some different considerations, but pretty much anybody that has been working in any area of machine learning for several years can move to any other area of machine learning within a couple of months. So, yeah, it's mainly just that like the architectures, the optimizers, the data practices, like everything ends up looking very similar. It's like it's the way that you just chug make a model chug tons of data looks very similar regardless of what the data is. You also used imbue carbs for that, right? Yes. Imbue carbs is amazing. I posted on that today. It's really a great algorithm. It's going to change RL. At this point, you got to put that snake animation on the website. At some point, when I get bored enough, I might dip my toes into a little bit of web dev. I have zero experience whatsoever with web development, and I really don't want to have to try to like rewrite the environment in JavaScript if I can avoid it. Um, Not to mention, you have to run the neural networks in order to, make the snakes control them, like to control the snakes. So, I don't know. If some web dev actually has, if somebody with good web dev experience can tell me like a good, simple way of doing this that's not going to drive me crazy, then absolutely. Um, but yeah, it's tough. Oh, just the GIF? Yeah. I'm gonna put GIFs on the website. There are gonna be lots of GIFs on the website. I'm gonna do a big like environment and simulation update. We'll have lots of nice graphics online. That's not a problem. The GIF is on Twitter. Lots of things have been on Twitter. People really like the Snake project. My own Twitter shot up like 1,200 followers just from the Snake project, so that was cool. Yeah. The Snake environment is also it's playable and it's pretty fun. I know. Can I do this right now? Maybe it works in this version. Maybe I broke it. I don't know. Yeah, okay. I broke the environment in the latest branch. I'll fix that before I merge it. It still works in the dev branch, I believe. Let's fix some more bugs. What? Did this not recompile correctly? Oh, 264. Cannot convert. Player target. What? Oh, that's fine. Almost done with bugs. Expected 5. It takes radius and damage. So radius for this is 2. Teleport near. This is move near. Assassinate TP. And then we have 720. This is player. Nice. So let's see if we can get this thing running again. With the refactors, we only added 120 lines of code with all the skill system, and it can actually be made a fair bit shorter. So that's not bad at all. Segfault. Oof. What are you making? We're making this. It's a miniature MOBA for reinforcement learning. So this is going to be a stripped down MOBA for the purpose of training AI to play it and doing research on that. It's going to run super fast. It's going to have all of the basic elements, essentially, of a MOBA. And it's going to be a relatively short and easy to follow project. This is day 4 of coding this thing. This is from last night, this little demo. Today we're adding 5 different hero types with different abilities. And hopefully we can get a little bit more than that is done as well today. But it already sort of looks like a MOBA. We've got 3 lanes. We've got creep waves. We've got towers. Creeps can destroy towers. Towers are a little undertuned at the moment. Yeah. That's what we're building. Any possibility that learned agents in this setting can be transferred to more complex MOBAs. Not directly transferred, but the techniques and the decisions can be transferred. So, for instance, I would presume that if you were able to train, let's say if OpenAI had built something like this early on, it would have been substantially easier to do a bunch of experiments to see what works and what doesn't here, really, really fast. And then it would, save a lot of the heavier and more difficult to do experiments on the full-scale environment. So that's the type of thing. It's meant for rapid prototyping and research. You're not going to be able to transfer the policies directly. You will be able to transfer the methods and the insights. And that's a lot of what Puffer is about. For my RL project last quarter, my friend and I tried making an evolution simulator on top of Madrona, I assume. We got 150 case training steps per second. That's actually very... Oh. Wait, you got 150k train with RL? That's actually very impressive. 2048 simulated worlds. I'd actually be very surprised if you got that with, like, the crappy vectorization methods that are available without Puffer. It's pretty hard to get that without having good vectorization. But yeah, with Puffer, any simple environment, you can get up to millions of steps per second simulation. And simple environments, you can get like 1,000,000 steps per second train. Relatively complicated environments can still get hundreds of thousands, provided the sim is fast enough. What the heck is seg faulting? I have all these checks on, don't I? Nothing should be able to be seg faulting. That's actually incredibly obnoxious. I'm going to be interested to see what's actually seg faulting. I guess technically the getter functions could be seg faulting. Okay, it's not seg faulting on a respawn. God, I wish we had better debugging tools for this. One of my favorite tricks for multi-agent, by the way, it's actually it's substantially easier to simulate one environment with 2048 agents fast than it is to simulate 2048 environments with one agent fast. At least a little bit easier. So multi-agent's kind of nice. Okay, so it is seg faulting maybe on the creep AI. Let's figure out. Okay, so it's seg faulting on the creep AI somewhere. Can you explain the decision making for making the multiple agents work? Is it one network with batched inputs? Yes. Each output corresponding to an agent? Yes. The network is independently applied to each agent, but it is shared weights. It's one network. So that means that you're independently controlling the agents but all the data that you're getting from all of the agents is being used to train the same network. So it's very nice for acceleration. Creep spawn. Apparently update status is failing. So I'm assuming that I wrote a parameter that doesn't exist. Stun timer, move modifier. Is that what I called it? Move modifier? Stun timer, move modifier. Stun timer, move timer. That's bizarre, isn't it? No seg fault on creep 0. PID might not be -1. I could just be out of bounds here already, right? So when I do .pid, let me see, get creep idx, num creeps, right? And then get creep entities, num agents plus num towers plus idx. I'm pretty sure that's right. That should be returning a valid entity. Let's go check. It's possible that it's just getting a bad memory block. Shouldn't be, though. 28 is a reasonable PID. Update status. This exists, right? Yeah. I'm very confused as to what this is. I'm assuming this is the compiler not catching something it should totally be catching. Oh, did I not initialize these variables? Yeah, I didn't initialize these stupid variables. Did I? Move timer, move modifier. Yep. Okay. I did initialize them. I initialized them right there. Move mod, move stun. Update status. Huh? Wait. It's seg faulting before we get there? What? Oh. You dummy. Absolute dummy. It's obnoxious. Very obnoxious. Makes me rethink my practice of doing all the allocations at the top of the function, actually. That's really weird because I thought you'd get an uninitialized check. Move. So this is player. I guess the uninitialized check doesn't apply to structs. So if you initialize a struct, or if you forget to initialize a struct, it won't tell you. If you forget to initialize like maybe a Python type, it'll tell you. I don't know. That's weird because I have initialize check on. Okay. I have it running on the other monitor. We'll do demo time. We'll play it a little bit to see. I'll just take these prints out and then we'll play it a little bit to see if it's the same as before. Probably there are going to be some bugs and crashes, things to, to get rid of. $722 lines for the simple. 722. Skill button seems to work. Boom. Heal seems to work. Skills seem to work. So for the folks that were asking what the game looks like, this is what the game looks like. You can move slow, you can move fast. Just depends on where your cursor is. Direct the puffers. Maybe we can stop a wave from pushing somewhere here. Where's the wave? They come, I think, once a minute. But yeah, you got 3 lanes. Lanes feel a little bit narrow, maybe. Oh, here comes the puffers. Delete. Attack. Ah, the puffer's killing me. Okay. We have survived. Cool. So this works. I need to add a quit method to this. Why did you choose pufferfish? It's Pufferlib. This is our mascot and logo. You gotta feed the puffer. The puffer subsists entirely on a diet of reinforcement learning environments and infrastructure. Okay. Escape now kills the program, so that's good. Now we can start integrating skills, I think. I'm going to start integrating the skills. I'm going to think about how to do that for a moment. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be back in a minute or two. And we will turn this into an actual MOBA with like 5 different classes, which will be cool. I don't know if we're going to do scripted AI for them or not. We might do scripted AI for them. It would probably help. We'll see. We are definitely going to make them playable, though. So I'll be right back. Okay. Twitter is really quiet today. I don't know what's up. Is this something? Oh. Oh, this is Careless. He's cool. Let's start on implementations here. Let's whoops, before we break anything, let's commit this so you guys can have it. Are you interested in training a Minecraft agent? No, the game is way too slow. Minecraft is it would be a somewhat interesting domain, but the game just runs way too slow. Like 1,000 times too slow. Factor methods. Jeez. Not bad. So this whole refactor plus the initial skills was 111 total lines. Not bad at all. So that's now committed up. You guys can play with it if you want. If the stream gets big enough, maybe I'll get bug fix PRs in real time. That would be cool. But for now I have to fix my own bugs, which is only fair. Okay. So let me think how I want to implement this. Well, first of all, I think they need an extra button, right? Because I gave them 3 skills, not 2. So let's start by giving them an extra button. This is a 2. This is a 6. And where is it? QW. This is skill Q. This is skill W. Skill E. Okay. And where's the skill? QWE. That's good. And do we use this somewhere? That's fine. Now, how do I want to select the skills on this side of things? I don't want to give them a function pointer, which would be the easy way. Do I want to just write it all out? It's kind of a lot, isn't it? I could write it out for now. Yeah, we'll write it out for now. Why not? So this is going to be use Q, W, E. So we got Q, W, and E. I should also make this like 9, so they stop spamming skills so much. Maybe. We'll see about that. Probably we're going to have specific actions that are discrete and specific actions that are continuous. But for the time being, use Q. Do if player.pid, or was it 5? Then we use the first skill, which I'm going to forget all the names of these, I'm sure. Was it support hook? Let's just copy the first few of these so we have them as a reference. Skill support hook player target, and then if this is kind of gross logic, we'll figure this out later. This is use W, use E. I kind of want to flip this. Yeah, let's flip this. Let's do it like this instead. That's slightly better. Still disgusting, but slightly better. Let's use W, use E, self.skill support stun. Okay. LF player.pid 6. F use Q. Oh, is it just gonna autocomplete like semi-reasonably? Oh. Thank you, Super Maven. Thank you a lot. That's actually really nice. Now, this else has to go on all of them, actually. So that's the one slightly gross thing. Not too bad, though. Cool. And then we get rid of these because they're already defined. So we're supposed to have, our character is 0. So we're supposed to have a hook, an AoE heal, and a stun. I'm sure that we'll have some bugs with this. At least in the gameplay, if not in the compilation. Hook, AoE heal, and stun. Okay. I think technically, can you stun towers the way it's written? Not sure. Don't think so. Operands could... Okay, cool. So we have our first shape error here. numpy.clip. Right, I forgot to update 177. You need to add this to the clipping. Out of bounds. Okay. Skill, carry, retreat, slow. And so just some logic bug and push. Where is it? 530? No. The MOBA 530. Okay. Distance is the L2 distance. Let's just print target D. Let's see where it's trying to teleport me, and I'm going to turn the AC down. One sec. Okay. Out of bounds. DX is Nan. Oh, it's probably targeting itself, right? I don't know why it's targeting itself, but it should, that's probably what was happening. Because then you would be dividing by 0, which would give you Nan. Still no? Is this the same bug or different? Wait. Target dot y plus amount times dy. Really? What's wrong with this? There should be a pretty substantial border around the map that prevents it from going out of bounds. Ah, okay, so we get nans here. I see. So if amount we're gonna say if there's, you have to be still have a little bit left to move. So what was happening is I was calling it with an integer. So then I was moving it basically to its same position. Though, thinking about that, I don't know if that would make it screw up or not. Well, that seems to have solved that bug, actually. Amount times dx. Where was my, actually, where was the error message? Dx. Wait. What? What? Valid move. Move 2. Right. How is this? Something's weird here. Something screwy with that. Let's fix that first. This is to fix the hook skill, like the pudge or thresh hook skill, as well as some retreat skills and other things. It seems we just did some bad division somewhere. Okay, so let me see if these look weird. Dist is 3. Dx, dy, distance. Dx, dy. Distance. So this is a self-teleport. Right, this is teleporting onto itself somehow. So I don't know how that's happening, but somehow, is it possible there's something on the same position? That should not be possible, but we'll just do dist. That'll probably do. We'll figure out why later. Okay, so this is now more reasonable data, right? Let's take a look at some of these. Whoops. So we get like target dx dy. This dx and dy is huge, right? Dx and dy. They're supposed to be normalized. Oh, it looks like It's the last call where it gets out of hand, which is this one. So target.y plus amount times dy, and amount.dx. But I've said, oh, it's trying to move it all at once. So this is not a break, this is a return. So what's happening is if it was hitting a wall, it was trying to teleport it the remaining distance. Silly little bug. If we run this now, we should get something more reasonable. And now we can see that all of the deltas here, these are correctly, they look like they're normed to 1, which is what we want. Yeah, I believe these are all normed to about 1. Okay. So now we have very simple push and pull code. We're going to rebuild this, and we're going to see if we can actually run this thing for long enough to try out some skills. We're going to start with the AoE hook, which is whoop, Q. This does not appear to be triggering, but it's hard to tell. Well, it's not consuming my mana at the very least. So I think we forgot to add mana consumption to these. Let's go do that. If player.mana return, then I'm just going to do player.mana. We're just going to make it, or was it? We're just going to do this for now, just as a test. Okay. So this Q is not triggering. It's not triggering the ability. Did I remember to rebuild? Yes, I did. So skill support hook, use Q. Use Q. This should be correct. Q. Oops. Build. Let's see why this skill is not being triggered. So somebody's using it. Doesn't seem like I can use it. I think it's the other puffer that's using the skill. Doesn't seem like I'm capable of using it. So is it just processing my my attacks wrong? Use Q. Where's this clip? So step is going to be clip from 0 to 1. And human action. Self.humanAction is client.render, which is returned right there. And if AX and AY is none, then action is none. Otherwise, action is AYAX attack QWE, which looks correct. So let's see if it's correct going into the environment, which is right here. Human. Oops. Well, that's fine. Let's see if the action is correct going into the environment. Okay, so here we have the environment. If I'm holding Q, we can see nothing is... My E works, my W does not work, and my Q doesn't work, but my E does work. Can I stun a puffer? Well, this is a... For some reason, it's interpreting this as a push, right? Why is it every time that I hit this thing? Oh, it's like interpreting my attacks as a push or something. Because every time I get the cursor on it, it pushes it. Right? Yeah. So, are the keys messed up? Let's see. Q, W, E, skill Q, skill W, skill E. Ah. Whoops. Oops. We can see it actually does take my mana. And if I... Oops. Can I get the puffer out of my way? My W doesn't seem to heal. I can't hook a puffer, which is obnoxious. Can't hook them. Can I go hook somebody else? This guy is like blinking after me, isn't he? Yeah, the thing is that's teleporting all over the place is using a blink. Hey, Quinn. Welcome. I don't know what my W is doing, but it's like murking stuff. Let's get rid of these prints and figure out what the heck is going on. Okay, so hook, AoE, heal, and stun, right? Possibly we just have some bugs in the implementations. Ooh. Okay. Q, W, E. All the skills are getting triggered. Let's go take some damage, because this... Whoop, not that much damage. Hello, puffers. Maybe not that much damage. Okay, so I pressed W and they all died. So that's not what we wanted to happen. And then E. E is supposed to be a stun. That's a little harder to test. Q, we can see our mana decrease. Let's figure out what's wrong with our heal. So AoE, player, 4, 200. Well, very simply, that's 200 damage. It should be negative 200, right? We should be able to... oh, the W is... Let's see about this AoE heal. We also probably are going to want to start drawing these somehow. Well, that did not help. I said negative 200 and I killed all my own puffers somehow. And also apparently I'm dead but not dead. Maybe just 1 HP. Negative, I said negative 200. If damage is greater than 0, you attack. Oh. This needs to be negative damage. That's why. Okay, very small little bugs. Small little bugs. So now we should be able to basically, because we haven't tuned this yet, and we haven't made it cost any mana, we should be able to make these infinitely strong puffers, which is fun. So, you will not kill my puffers. My puffers will be fully healed forever. You see? I'm keeping the puffers fully healed. Boop. They heal fully. Every time I press it. Do not kill the puffers. The infinite mana healing puffer has arrived. What else do I have? I have stun. Yeah, but they kill the puffers very quickly if I don't come to help. And I think they like one hit my team or something. What else do I have? I have a Q. It's hard to test the other ones. This one definitely works. I think they're healing as well. I mean, technically all the puffers are just spamming random skills right now. So that's why like some of these are teleporting around. Like, because there's a teleport skill. How do I tell if the stun is working? Doesn't appear to be. Okay. AoE heal. This one definitely works. I'm kind of wondering, like, because it's not doing animations, right? I could just make a lot more of the skills be channeled. Like, if I made the push skill, for instance, be channeled, you'd actually be able to see what's going on. Right? A lot of stuff to test here. Well, I can just swap in skills right here, right? Let's do... carry AoE. Carry... I want to see this retreat slow. Let's put this on my queue. So this is supposed to... This is supposed to make you knock you back from the opponent. Oh yeah, look, it works. It targets anything now, and it's really jank, right? But it totally works. So if we just smooth out the controls a little bit. So let's make it here. Let's make the retreat slow. Let's make it be like 0.2 or something. Let's see if that makes it like animate for us. So like I'm here, right? I'm on this. It's because I'm moving at the same time that it doesn't look like it's a ton of movement, but it's definitely pushing me away. This is only at movement speed though, right? Maybe this will look good. 5 times that speed. I'm just trying to get a sense of what these things look like. And then we can fine-tune the skills. Okay, so... boom. Let's see. So, like, you're going towards a target, and then boom. Yeah. That looks good, right? Obviously, the targeting is kind of jank, because it's hard to, like, keep your cursor on it. So I'll have to fix the targeting. But that looks good. You push yourself away. Right? And you can push from whatever direction. Pretty nice. Okay, so this, if this works, this means that push and pull skills will work identically. Anything with like movement manipulation will work. Let's do I think assassinate TP damage is kind of cool. Let's do self.skill assassinate TP damage. And then instead of the AoE heal, let's give it assassin move buff. I'll keep the heal actually, that's useful for testing. We'll set this up and let's see if this feels reasonable. We could get little icons designed for the puffers, like class icons. We could also get them animated. I have animation 3D files, I just don't have 2D files. Okay, so I don't know where Assassinate thinks it's taking me, but apparently it takes you somewhere if you press it when there's no target, so we'll have to resolve that. Yeah. Does not seem to kill the puffers. It does definitely jump you around a bunch. And what's the other one I wanted? The move buff? Oh yeah, look at this move buff. Right? Does this work? Oh yeah. Foop. Wait, is it working? Let me see. Yeah. You can really see it if you slow down. We'll make it a little stronger. Double speed. And what's wrong with the assassinate? Move near. Return 1. AoE, player target. It's attack player target 600. Seems like that should work. Okay, so we have puffer speed. Oh yeah, that's a move buff, right? Now we've got the AoE heals on him. We're not murking him with, we should be like murking him with the tellies, but it doesn't seem to work that way. Move speed buff is cool. Weird. We're gonna have to make some better controls, I think, for the human player. Move buff definitely works. Yeah. Why does this freaking TP assassinate not work? Near. move to target.y plus 1.0. Would some bottom line console message be useful? Logs of some sort would be useful, yes. They're just somewhat annoying to get back from Scython. There's definitely going to be more visualization and stuff than we have now. I'm kind of just fiddling with it to get a sense for like what works and what doesn't. Like somehow in here, this is not teleporting correctly, I think. If move to equals return 1. Logic is pretty clean here. I think it's somehow failing. Let me see. Well, wait, it is teleporting, right? So if it's teleporting, it should actually give me assassin TP damage, right? Assassinate. So somebody's getting the assassin TP damage. It's just not me. Not getting the assassin damage here, right? These puffers not... This should just be killing them completely. But it is not. Oop. 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 Okay. Player.pid is 0. Let me try this way. See if it thinks I'm getting the assassinate TP damage. Because right now it looks like the other puffer is getting it, but I'm not, maybe? Yeah. So interesting. It thinks I'm getting the assassinate TP damage, but nothing is taking any damage. The only thing I can do is lure them to this tower. Have the tower kill them. Okay. Definitely not doing the damage. It says I'm getting the damage, but I'm not getting it. So is it applying it to the wrong target? It doesn't look like it. Target.health is greater than 0. Turn. Very weird. Let's do speed buffs and keep everybody healed up here. Target 20 with 854 HP, right? Could this be 20? Yeah, this could feasibly be 20, right? I'm not attacking it, am I? Why am I not attacking it? These puffers are attacking, right? Can't even see what's going on. Now these puffers are attacking it. Can I hit stuff? Oh, am I just not attacking anymore? Yeah, I'm not even attacking. That's weird. Hmm. Very annoying debugging. I'm gonna have to do this one immediately. Maybe I'll uncover it while fixing the other ones. So a lot of the difficulty here is just me not having a cooldown on button presses. Means like when you press a button, it just spams it, right? I can fix that easily enough though, right? Hmm. I could also implement a simple global cooldown very easily, right? Instead of having to design around this. Oh wait, I don't even have to implement a global cooldown. I think I could pretty easily implement cooldowns, right? Yeah, very easily. Now that I'm thinking about it. That would just be easier, right? Yeah, let's do that. Q. Is it Q? Q timer. Okay. Let's update the cooldowns. There we go. Now we add update cooldowns. Now we can actually make abilities cost mana and have cooldowns, not spam when you hold the button. Let's go back to our original skills, maybe. Which was what? The hook? Those are still hard to test. I know what's going to make this easier. We need to just fix the targeting for like the mouse, the human mouse targeting. What we've got to do is we've just got to like fix the controls a little bit. So what my idea here is, instead of having to like have your cursor over the enemy exactly, we're just gonna make it so that when you use a skill and you have your cursor positioned, it'll just apply it to the nearest target, which makes sense, right? So to do that, we'll do nearest get equals none for range mouse minus 3 plus 4 get PID -1, continue, target equals -1. This to target. What was mouse? Y. Raw mouse, I think. Equals. This is a distance to the target. And and nearest target. Let's do nearest or shortest dist. Okay, and we'll do if shortest dist is none, then we do shortest dist, and then the target nearest target is target, right? Nearest target is none. Target PID is equal to -1. Attack is equal to 0. Let's entities. We already have the target. Okay, let's see if this does anything. Though I think we broke our attacks, right? Nice speed boost, right? Whoa. I would like to know why we get this teleport thing. Oop. Right, we can actually avoid these guys. We can aggro them like this, right? It's kind of cool how we can move them around. I really would like to know how... Yeah, it's really weird how this... Oh, I know what's happening. Yeah, it's... the observations are not getting cleared out, I think. Because it shouldn't just be blinking all over the place. So much debug. I'd like to know why it is that this attack is not working. This is, like, not seeming to go off. Though it could just be that they're always, like, healing themselves. The towers aren't healing themselves, though, right? Well, we gotta recompile for that. We also, wait, we need to just put the player print. Okay. How did you code this stun? Does it apply a stun state to the target? Yes. I don't know if it's currently working, though. This heal works. And I can lure these... I can lure them next to the tower, right? I have the move boost works. Is this taking damage? Doesn't look to me like the tower's taking any damage. It's very weird. Because it says attack, right? Oops. It says that it's registering an attack. But I don't actually see it registering the attack. Possibly it's attacking the wrong thing. We've had this happen before, right? A little bit of detail on the stun state. Players have a stun counter, and a stun just sets the stun counter to some number of ticks. And then when players go to do anything, you check the stun counter. And if the stun counter is not 0, you decrease it, but then the player can't do anything. Oops. Attacking 0. So 0 is my own PID. Right now it says attacking -1, which means it's not attacking anything. Though it actually looks like I'm inflicting damage on -1, which is very bad. So I think that this actually does need a check for PID. If target.pid1 return. Definitely this needs a target, and then this one also we can just put one on. But now why is it -1 is the question. There should be something better than that. Whoops. It's a cool way to do it. How many other states does it check when a player tries to make a movement other than stun? Is that how you do all the status? Yeah, this is how you do all the status effects. So they're not that many for this. It's really just there's a movement status effect, like a move speed slow or move boost. That's got a timer, and then stun's got a timer. Those are the only 2 timers I have at the moment. Oh, they're also their cooldowns. So cooldowns are also on that timer, though I haven't like made anything have a long cooldown yet. Okay, so now we can see that we're no longer doing damage to an entity that doesn't exist, which is good. And we can see here that it still says attacking -1, which is very weird. What about if I put the cursor up here? No. Very weird that it says attacking -1. So it's possible it's just something in my targeting, because everybody else seems to be just fine. Did my heal stop working? No. I'm not taking damage randomly, so I'm going to assume it's something in the targeting. Let me see if this looks right. I tried to do something nice here. So it says mouse Y, mouse X, which is Raw mouse is, this is where the mouse is inside of the game. So you go 3 tiles in either direction of the mouse. Check the target PID. And then you get the entity of that target PID. Compute the distance. And then you get the nearest one. Now, you probably don't want to self-cast. Self-cast just can be done automatically. So we do, if target PID is 0, you also do a continue. Let's see if that helps. I don't think it does, but we'll see. Okay. Attacking -1. So there's no targeting of this thing. Attacking 0, attacking 20. Well, that's really odd. Wait. Is it losing health now? No. Even when I have it here, it says attacking 20, which is, you know, weird that it says that, but it's still not losing health. Move boost is really fun. It's bizarre. Maybe let's just start tuning this. I don't know. And something will come to me. So we don't need either of these anymore. Support hook is going to be a channeled skill. It's going to consume, say, 10 mana per cell. $15 mana per cell. It has to be channeled for the animation to work. $15 mana per cell. So what we're gonna do, mana equals 15. No cooldown. And it's gonna pull 1 unit. Next, we've got the AoE heal, which heals 200. This is fine. We've got a 2-second stun. We're going to make it a, oops, not that strong. This is going to be a 3-second stun that does light damage. Now when we do these attacks here, I think that the skills themselves need to check for a target. So if dot return if player dot mana is less than, oh, this is going to be a, say, a 60 mana skill. Turn. And then we're going to attack. Player dot mana is going to be minus 60. Target dot stun timer is going to be 15. Player dot Q timer. You're not going to be able to use this again for it's 2 seconds per 5. So this is 2 seconds. So 50 is 10 seconds. Oops. 50. And this is not Q, this is actually an E, so this is an E ability. This is combat ability. Player dot mana is less than, this is a heavy skill. Though it's not really nice to have skills that take that much mana. That's kind of crazy. We're going to have to bounce all these anyways. I just want to get like rough things. First nuke. Player dot mana is minus equal to 60. And player dot Q timer. Q timer equals, this is a longer cooldown, I think, like a 70 maybe. And then this one, PID. I'm realizing I can probably make a lot of these way simpler, so I'm going to hard code all of them like this for now before I try to refactor, though. It'll be easier. Burst AoE is be cheaper, 40. Player to mana. And then the Q timer will be shorter, let's say 40. Burst AoE stun. Okay, I haven't added the stun yet, so to AoEs. So we'll have to do that. Target PID. Mana's 60. Turn. Two. Mana. Q timer. 80. And this is W. Oops. E. And we're going to be able to render the timers, so that'll be a thing that we'll add in. We'll add that today for sure. We'll add cooldowns to the HUD. So the AoE damage over time will be, this is a, let's say 20 dot maybe, that consumes, say, 5 mana. We actually don't need target.pid. Player.mana is less than 5. Turn. Mana's 5. This one does not have a timer. This channeled. Tank self-heal. Player.mana is less than, this one is 40 cost. 30 cost on a long cooldown, let's say. Turn. Player dot Q W timer to 50, 60. I don't know. I'm just making up numbers here. Now, this engage dot is kind of interesting because it's a teleport. But I think it works. I think it works. We just need to give it the cooldown and stuff. So if was it target.pid, return. If player.mana is less than 60, turn. Move near. Return, and then you do. And this is a long cooldown as well. Skill tank engaged. This is QW. This is an E skill. Carry retreat slow. This pushes you back by 1. Let's make this... Let's make it like a channeled attack or something. So, target pid, return. Then 5, turn. And what we do is we do player.mana. So that's fine. Skill, carry, slow, and damage. This one's a standard skill. If the mana is less than... maybe a 40. 40 cost. Move near. Target player -1. We don't need that. I don't know why it's recommending that. Mana's. Then this is skill carry Q. This is the W timer. And then we do this AoE. Return 40. And player W timer. Q. This is the E timer. Almost done. And this gives us at least a basic, basic thing to start with. Mana's -40, and then Q timer is equal to 40. Cool. We're just adding some numbers. And after this, we're going to do the HUD, because the HUD's going to make it easier to debug. So we're going to add like the little HUD to the bottom of the screen. Return. Player.mana is less than 60. Return. Mana's. It's a W timer. And this is channeled, so all this one needs is, what's the goal for this entire project? The goal for this project is to implement a miniature MOBA that has pretty much all of the recognizable features of a MOBA, like League or Dota, that I can explain to anybody who has played League or Dota in 5 minutes, so pretty simple, that has some somewhat interesting gameplay, that has like some cool strategies and stuff that you could come up with, that runs at like 1,000,000 frames per second, at least on one CPU core, so we can train reinforcement learning agents incredibly fast to play this MOBA in a way that looks, reasonable and interesting. And then you will be able to like see what the agents have learned. You'll be able to play the MOBA with the RL agents, to get a sense of how well they do. You'll be have them on your team or play against them, whatever. It'll be like a nice little, very stripped down miniature version of OpenAI 5, but that runs really fast and you can train on one GPU. That's the goal of this project. Mm-hmm. If target if player.mana is less than 5, player.mana is less equal 5. I'm just gonna linger a little bit. No. This just gets to be like 2 or something. We'll figure that out. Okay, so let's see if this compiles and runs. And if it does, we're going to build the HUD, because I have no idea what's going on here. And we need the HUD to like debug cooldowns and mana and stuff. Looks like it works. Yeah, my mana goes down when I use the move buff. That's cool. There's this thing that like, this is supposed to push me, right? Yeah, this thing is supposed to push me. This doesn't work perfectly, I can tell, but yeah, it's what's right here, like here, something? Yeah. Okay, so there's something wrong with the targeting. But the skills seem to work at least. Let's build the HUD, because I'm getting sick of fighting bugs, so let's do something easy for a little bit. Now we draw HUD. So L dot we don't really have icons for stuff yet, right? So we're gonna just have text at the bottom of the screen for now, and maybe some bars. Dot angle. Let's do self dot width. P start equals Uh-huh. I don't know how big I want to make this thing. We'll do like, I don't know. We'll just put it at like the bottom left, I guess, the HUD for now. So like HP start is equal to times 4 times tile size. Tile size times height minus 16. Tile size minus 1. 1. Self.height. The width is going to be 4 times tile size. And then this is going to be, the height is going to be tile size over 2. Okay. I don't know what the hell it thinks this is supposed to be. Maybe I should just make this X bar thing better. XY tile size. Yeah, I should probably just make this better. Width and height. Yeah, that's way easier, isn't it? So now we just do draw bars. Self.entities is 0. We do tile size. Well, this is going to just be 4 times tile size. And the Y is going to be tile size minus 2 times self.height. No. Other way around. It's tile size times self.height minus 2. And the height is going to just be 8, maybe? We'll see. I don't know. We'll see what this looks like. Probably not great. Entities? What did I call it? Yeah, entities. Just not self.entities. Okay, where's my HUD? There's no HUD there, so... What do the observations of the other agents look like? Global with an area. It's local state. So they see, they get a 2D crop of nearby terrain and stuff, and then they get a set of nearby entities. Currently, the nearest 10 entities that they can see that are within a specific range. And the action space, they can move. They can move X and Y. Those are continuous, though they can be discretized. They can press Q, W, and E, so they have 3 buttons for skills. They can also attack nearby agents. This is only day 4 of the project, and it's, you know, I'm not going to say crazy productive days, but it's clipping along at a decent little pace. What do I have for self.height here? How am I defining height? This is in... Yeah, this is in tiles. So, get the entity. It's 4 times tile size. Tile size times height minus 2. 8 is height. Which is not used yet. We just really care about the width. Oh, we set width 8, didn't we? 1, 2. Yeah. So this should be 4 times tile size, right? Can we see it then? I don't see any health bars. Though maybe... I don't know why we don't see these HUD bars. $128 width. Height is 672. I'm just gonna put this in like the middle of the screen for now. Let's see, 450. Can I see it? No, it still doesn't. It rendered off screen, but it didn't. It still didn't render anything. What am I missing? Its entities of 0 is self, right? I can put a breakpoint in here and look, can I? Right. Width is... I messed this up. Entities, X, Y, width. It looks totally fine. Correct. I don't freaking know. Do this, maybe. What the heck? It's 120. What is it? 8. Does this do something? Okay, so now this is just trolling me because I don't see any rectangles, right? So now why is this thing just freaking trolling me? X, Y. I'm very confused. Is this loop like... No, this loop is fine. Is there like a break? No. End mode 2D, end drawing. What the hell? It's actually just trolling me. Do these need to be floats or something? No. RL.draw rectangle. Works here. Huh? Yeah, I actually don't know what the hell's happening. Make it white? I don't freaking know. Like, am I running the right file? I am. Wait. There's no way, right? Why can't I draw a freaking rectangle? Actually pissing me off. What do they do? 128, 0, 0. 110, 128. So where's desk direct? Oh, god damn it, you stupid. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm dumb. Okay, so this is plus, what is it, camera X or something? Self.camera.target. Self.camera.target.x. Is there something shorter I can use? Nope. Target.x. dot x. You know what? We're just gonna plus make this 8. An integer is required. Can I do int? Okay, so there are some health bars up here. They're garbage. I don't know why they're doing that, but they are there. So I actually just realized that we don't have to be this dumb. That would be a choice that we could make. And we could actually just put the HUD here, and then that would be a lot less stupid. Yeah, okay, so immediately, here's a HUD. We're going to move it, and we're going to make it bigger. Okay, we're going to make the HUD is going to be, where's this, height, 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 height. Okay. And then since we do y minus 8 here, we're going to do, where is it? Minus 8 to put it overhead, I guess, right? And this goes away. We don't need this. This is now 6, I guess. Which is a little bit of spacing. But we're going to replace it with minus height minus 2. Minus 2. And then we're going to set the height of this bar to be 16. Way better. So we have these bars here. Let's just move them down to the bottom. We'll add some text. Times tile size. Height minus 2 times tile size. And then we're going to do raw text false if text where is it? X let's just boom. No? You gotta do dot encode on your strings. Okay, so I see the text, but it's tiny. Let's make the HUD a little bit bigger. So this is going to be 24 tall. And then this is going to be like 6 times tile size. I don't know. X, Y plus 2. Or what? How's this look? Health. It's at the top. Ah, so obnoxious. Where's the draw text font size? Draw text. Text, pause, font size, color. Okay, so it decided to default to size 10 text for no particular reason. So we're gonna do size 16 text. We're gonna make this even a little bit, make it like 10. Okay, this is a little better. Default font is garbage. So we do int. Okay. It's a little cleaner. Do its on size 20. You can see what's going on. Let's offset it by what, height over 2 or something. Plus. No, how's this look? Terrible. About figures. Plus 2. And we have to actually do plus 8. Plus 8. And then max health, max mana, max. Then we do max mana. Okay, so this actually now looks reasonable, I'd say. We have mana, health, right? And if we go over here, we can see the mana bar. It's overhead, right? And let's what do we do? Let's put this 2 from the corner. And now we're going to do some icons, I guess. So So we're gonna do off color is 255. On color is gonna be, okay. Q, is it use Q? What do we call this? Skill Q. Q color. And we're gonna do Q cooldown equals entity dot, oops, see, cool, Q timer, W timer, E timer, right? Timer. And then this is going to be Q and now this needs to be we made this 10 wide. It's 12, so let's do like 13 maybe. Tile size. Do HUD Y. Self.height. HUD Y. This is going to be HUD Y. Just, you know, hack up a quick HUD. This, right? Okay. So we got 13 times the tile size. This will be 16 times tile size. This will be 19 tile size. Sure, why not? Font size is not going to be 20. It's going to be like 40 or something. Large. Does it do anything? Yeah, there we go. Q. Boom. Press Q. E. My W should not be randomly changing. That's very weird. If I attack something. We need to space them farther apart, I think. So 13 is fine, then like 21. So what's this? 8 units? 29. Minus. Okay. Boom. Okay, that's way too far spaced. 19. Or wait, is it, what, 18? Yeah. 3. Not bad. It's a little bit. Let's just put them one closer to each other. 17, 21. Okay, so this is, I've been getting very annoyed with this, obviously, but this is pretty basic, reasonable cooldown. Obviously, weird stuff is happening because these cooldowns are spamming randomly. But you can see when you press it, it turns green. And this is like a super basic little HUD, right? You got your stats on the bottom. Yeah. That's nice. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how that is for now. We might make it a little prettier in the future. We might put like some background or whatever. We might like, whatever. Decent enough for now. And we can go back to debugging some of these skills. I'm going to take a quick second to use the restroom and clear my head because the skill bugs have been bugging me. Be back in, oh, well, I forgot to make myself a shake for lunch, though I'm out of, 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's finish this here. We've got the basic UI. All we have to do is make the skills do something reasonable. We can put whatever debug outputs we want for that, right? So just make that do something reasonable. I would like to have a way to visualize when stuff is getting hit. Maybe. That'd be nice, right? To have a way to determine if something got hit. And then we could draw something on the screen so we can actually see when our skills are registering, right? Though it's a little bit... We can do it. Int is hit. What are you thinking? I'm just going to draw a red box underneath the agents for now. We'll add animations and stuff after. I want to get the basics working. What the this is not... No. Player is get entity. Player dot is hit is false. Okay. That's what we wanted. And then inside of attack, creeps, this is fine. So we set everything to be not hit, and then inside of attack, if you take an attack, somewhere. Where's the attack defined? Okay, so target dot is hit is true. Now what we can do is we had this thing before, and was it? Tile equals 0. I think we can just do like this, right? Oh, right here. If entity dot is hit, draw a rectangle. That will be 128. No, 255. Okay, so now maybe we will be able to see what the heck is going on. We forgot to rebuild this, so we're not going to be able to see squat, of course. Let's fix that. Oop. Let's go. Oh, we can see who's getting hit here, right? There are 2 puffers getting hit. It's the blue ones. Now they're all getting hit. We're all getting hit by the tower, right? We can see it. Your position can be off by up to 1 tile because you can be like right between the edge of the tile or whatever. Oop. So we can see this. Appears to be working, right? Okay, there the puffers go. And they now come for me. Now, can I just boost away, though, is the question. Whoop. Yes, I can. I can totally just boost away. And can I hit this thing? No, I can't hit this thing. It's not letting me attack. So it just hit me, but I can't hit it. So something is wrong with the human targeting, it looks like. Like the UI that I'm using to target, but not the other targeting. I like how you can get the puffers to follow you. It's pretty cool. Let's see. They'll just follow me wherever I want. So how does this work, right? Well, maybe it's not the, it could be the observation computation. Hold on. I did refactor that earlier today, right? So, do you / did you play any MOBAs? I played enough League to get ranked, and I played like 50, no, maybe 100 hours of Dota. I don't have that many hours in MOBAs, though. I have a ton of hours in MMOs, not too many in MOBAs. Though I will say when I did play them, I like spammed all the videos and stuff, spammed all the content. So like I have an idea of what is supposed to happen, even if I'm absolutely terrible at it, at them. I have like some idea to how well League support and bottom are supposed to interact. I have some idea of how like roaming characters work. I have some idea about like how tempo is supposed to progress. Nothing great, but I'm definitely not qualified to be designing like a good MOBA for people, but hopefully I can come up with something that's, reasonably interesting. I don't see anything wrong here. Target PID. I mean, I can also check the PID map. Maybe I messed that up, right? Let's just draw on the PID map a little bit, right? PID is not equal to -1. Well, we actually don't need to because we just have a value error. So what we're going to do is rl.draw circle. This can go at the bottom, actually, so we put it on top. And it's going to be a green circle. It's going to be tile size over 4. Let's just do this. Do you remember what got you interested in RL? Oh, I can tell that story. Hold on. Let me, 1 second. This seems to be working, right? Like, these all have green circles. Like, there are no green circles being leaked. Okay. So the thing that got me interested in reinforcement learning was neural MMO. I came up with the idea long time ago. I tried it like a couple of times before I really got it solid and I knew anything of what I was doing. I mean, I first tried this thing in high school. I tried it again in undergrad, like as a freshman, didn't know what I was doing. And then the time it stuck was sophomore summer, which is 7, 8 years ago, almost 8 years ago now, I think. Maybe 8 years on the dot. And I got this idea in my head, right? That like reinforcement learning, it solves Go, it's solving Atari. I didn't know it would solve Dota then, but OpenAI was already working on it. Uh, and the thing that RL couldn't solve was like some of the high level reasonings that is present in more complex games. So I just figured, hey, what if I build a really awesome simulator and throw AI at that? And I just started hacking on it from there, and I just kept hacking on it for like 7 years. And that is how all the stuff that I've built got built. A lot of fun stuff happened. Um, my thesis online should be right. I know it's on my website. Okay, so my thesis is online here. This is like a 170-page document that contains most of my work, but it also contains like a few-page preamble with a better version of the story that I just told. So, that's there. Maybe instead of doing this circle here, we can do, what's it, target PID, entity.pid equal target PID. Something like this. Room. This needs to be I still don't know why it won't let me attack stuff. It's getting these attacks here. It's just not, like, targeting them correctly. And I think that this is probably what's wrong with all the skills, because I'm testing all of them on this human-controlled character. And if I'm just not able to target stuff, then yeah, of course the skills don't work. That's why, like, the self-cast skills, the heals seem to work, right? I think as soon as we fix this, they're all just going to magically work. Setting attack to... Okay, so it's setting attack to stuff, which is PID -1, it says. So that shouldn't be able to do that, I think. Because... if the nearest target... Hold on. It shouldn't be able to set to something that has PID -1. So I have an error in this logic here somewhere. Let's see if anybody spots it before me. So when you started, it was just a game, and then you thought it would be a good application for... No, it didn't start it as a game. My motivations have always been long-term progress in AI, and I've thought that MMOs are the perfect medium for training AI because they're these really huge, complex, all-encompassing world simulators. And really, if you think about it, there's nothing in gaming that approaches the level of richness you get in an MMO, right? Like, sure, like the moment to moment play and skill might be higher in a MOBA, but like MOBAs don't take place over thousands of hours for one game, right? Players learn more and more over thousands of hours, but it's not like one continuous run where the world is ever evolving. Um, and like new players are arriving, markets are shifting. There's so much complexity and richness in an MMO. So that's what I wanted to capture for RL. And I mean, I made a decent dent in it with Neural MMO. It's nowhere near the scale of a full scale MMO, but I think I did a pretty good job for under resourced single author, single developer on the thing. And there's a whole bunch of tech in RL I had to make in order for that to happen over the last 7 years. And it's laid the groundwork for everything you see here as well, because all the experience and all the techniques and stuff for making really good high performance sims for RL came from Neural MMO. Like, everything is easy after Neural MMO because that project was so ridiculously complicated that now everything is easy by comparison. Where is the bug? Yeah, I've seen Neural MMO on and off for years. Well, thank you. And there's Neural MMO's not over. There is still follow-up work. Um, there is still some follow-up work on it. I will say that. It will be out soon. I just need to finish it. I've been putting it off. So, what the heck is wrong here? It set something to PID -1, which means that nearest target is not none. Nearest target gets set here. But if target PID is -1, this shouldn't be possible. You said you were motivated by long-term progress in AI before you started it. So what sparked that motivation? It's like what sparks the motivation for the Holy Grail, right? I guess I didn't always have like the crazy AI views I have now. I guess when I started, I just thought that the tech was really cool. And like the thing about AI and CS in general is it's really the only field where you can sit down with a laptop and just change the world overnight if you write the right code, if you're good enough. You don't really need any other resources. There's just always the opportunity to do that if you're good enough. So that was the initial draw. And then as it sort of became more clear that people were getting more and more serious about like building really good, generally capable AI, that became the sort of the driving force behind it, right? I see AI as having the potential to just catapult us through 10,000 years of human society's progress in a year. And I mean, that seems like a self-evident goal to me, right? It's a holy grail. Not expressing all that eloquently at the moment, mind you. Pretty tired, but that's the general gist of it. So confused. If it's none, hold on. No. Stop it, Windows. Okay, so as soon as I put my cursor on the screen, it does this. And target PID is -1. Nearest target has some values. Shortest distance is there. Oh. Stupid. Just do it. Still PID -1. Hold on. What the hell? How's this getting -1s? Okay, you know what? Screw it. We're going to do best target equals none. We're going to just redo stuff until we make it work. If best target is none, best target is target. Continue. Otherwise, distance to target is going to be square root target.x. Then we're going to go if dist to best there, something like this, right? Target is none, target PID's -1. If best target is none, target PID's -1. Otherwise, best target PID, something like this. Just work. Okay. Okay, so we're getting all these different attack options, but then the PIDs are all -1 somehow, right? can I like go through here? And then I have, this is PID -1 as well. Oh, but this is target PID is -1. So this is best target.pid, which should be right here. See about this. Oop. Go on, puffers. Our puffers have lost. Whoops. They get stuck if you lure them, which is funny. So now it says that I have a reasonable PID. It says setting attack to 1, which is PID 20, right? Now we can go into the C code, or the Cython rather, and we can see, whether this attack is reasonable. Attacking target PID with health. We're going to compile this, and we're going to see whether we get to the correct attack function and somehow it fails from there, or if we don't even get to this function. Ah! I'm being mobbed by pufferfish. Attacking 23 with 2,500 health, right? And then attacking 20. So it says I'm attacking. So for some reason, the attack just isn't going through. Okay. If target dot, let's say if player dot pid 0, print my team okay, so let's see if it for some reason thinks that we're on the same team as the enemy turret. What do you think? Oops, let's get away from these guys. Okay, my team is 0, target team is 1, right? So I should be inflicting damage. I'm not inflicting any damage. Let's see why that is. Are we inflicting damage here? Ooh. I'm getting an idea as to what this might be. I'm going to be really annoyed if I'm right. Oops. Okay, so it says attacking for 5 damage, right? But nothing happens? I bet you we're attacking a copy of the target instead of the target. Get player ob gives us target. Yup. Found it. So stupid. So stupid. In fact, we shouldn't even do this because get player ob. This is the only place we call it. No, this is fine. Now it's going to work, and now everything's going to be great. And we're going to remove all the prints. Player ob does return a reference to the observed one. The observed one is in a separate struct. The observation of the agent is in a different place from the agent. It is a copy. So that was the mess up. I did that during the refactor, I'm sure. Boom. Boom. I think we can just kill one of these, right? Watch this. Boom. Yeah, we totally did. We just did it. We can do a TP strike, right? Boom. You see that? That was a teleport to target and strike. That's pretty sweet, right? Boom. We have an assassinate function. Interesting that you can use it when... I think it's allowing me to target myself with it, so we gotta fix that. But yeah, pretty cool. Assassinate. Boom. There's a big chunk of damage. We got the self-heal here. We got the speed boost, which is channeled. That's kind of legit, isn't it? Yeah. AoE support. Okay. Now that we actually have the code not being horribly broken, let's commit all this, and let's... I've got... It's almost 6. We're going to spend a little more than an hour on this, and we're going to just make this sick as hell. That's going to be the goal. Okay, so this is where we actually get some good content, because this is going to be fun. Ugh, I've been so annoyed. So many stupid bugs today, and it's just because I'm half asleep, I swear. Like, if I were actually paying attention, I wouldn't be making this many bugs, but... Ugh, so tired. Skills work. Ranch. Okay. Here are all the skills that we have to test out. There are a few things we can do, right? There needs to be balance to these, and balancing is going to be hard. So we can try to get the mechanics right now, but the thing is, a lot of the mechanics and like the feel of these is going to be dependent on balance. So, let's start by like making sure all the skills work, okay? So like this assassin TP damage, whatever. Target is get entity, target PID. Assassin TP damage. Hid. Okay. Let's try this. TP for damage, takes mana. What's the thing that we're using at the moment? There was one of them that was not correctly consuming mana. This AoE heal. Yeah, so this one needs to take mana. We'll give it some mana, return. And player dot, was it? Support hook heal. So this is W timer is equal to 40. Or like 60 or whatever we're going to set it to. Okay. Let's see if this works. Okay, this works. Boom. W works, it looks like. The cooldown does not work, though. This works. Can I just press Q? No, I can no longer just press Q randomly. Can I press Q on my own tower? Yeah, I can press Q on my own tower. That's not terrible, though. You can blink to your own thing. Ah, so this skill is taking a... the Assassinate is doing a W cooldown as Y. And it's supposed to be a W cooldown, right? I just gave it in the wrong order. Yeah. Okay, so... we want to have... this is the support, usually, right? So... we'll try this support stun, AoE heal, shooting animation when? Not doing animations yet. We might do some basic animations. We're going to need to at least do some visual indicators. We're going to see how nice we make them. Some of the movement things are kind of animated already, you'll see. Like the push and the hook is kind of animated because it's a channel skill. Okay. Oop. Ah, that puffer's stunned. Do you see him? He's totally stunned. Is he perma-stunned? The hell? What happened? W is my AoE heal. W works. I'm not seeing the cooldowns here. So we'll have to check on that. Why is it when I get in range of the tower sometimes? So if I'm in range of the tower, it actually activates the cooldown. Let's see why that is. That's weird, right? I have no idea why that is then. We could make a generic skill function, I guess, for all of these. Then we'd have to debug one function instead of 15. It would have a bunch of args, but maybe not the worst. I guess we can start on that. It's hard. Hard to do. Really confused about the timers. Wait, QWE. What the heck? What could possibly be resetting my W timer? Actually, you might be able to hook towers right now, come to think of it. Can you hook towers? No, you won't let you hook a tower. Maybe I can hook an enemy. Is it doing damage, though? Can't tell if that's my auto. We're gonna have to make movement be click-based, I think, instead of drag-based, maybe. So hard to tell what the heck is going wrong with these. We do know that stuff is randomly screwing with our timers, right? Update cooldowns. Wait. Did I just see what I thought I saw? No, I thought it was setting them to 0. Maybe we can figure it out. Come on, what could it possibly be? Well, I just stunned myself, first of all, right? I think I perma-stunned myself. So that is a clue, right? W is... W is randomly getting reset here. I don't know if that's like an out of bounds or something. But W is getting randomly screwed with. And my stun timer is not... Player logic. Oh, if you're stunned, you don't get updates. So let's put that down here first of all, right? And then let's put, let's make some additional interfaces here. Stun is going to be entity.stunTimer. It's going to be at 25, HUD-Y minus 20. And then it's going to be in size 20. Okay. Then we're going to have move timer. 25. It's going to be at HUD-Y. Let's see if we can get something with this. Okay, this actually looks pretty nice. So we've got, first of all, I noticed that this move timer is getting fucked with randomly, which is not great. The puffers are chasing me. So I stunned myself here. And then you see the stun timer decreases like that, right? So the stun timer looks like it works. None of the cooldowns seem to work, though. Ah, if I cast it on this enemy, it does work, though, which is odd. Right? It consistently works if I cast it on an enemy. Let's see if we can get a clue from that, even though I didn't see anything in the code that would make that make sense. QWE support stun. If the pit is -1, return. If mana is less than 60, return. Okay. So this has to be on pit 0 because I'm able to target myself. And the stun timer works. But the E timer only works if I attack. Why is that? I see nothing on here that would mess with that. But the fact that timers are getting randomly screwed with, that leads me to believe that something is very wrong with them, right? Um, stun. Support stun. Player, target. Player mana is decreased, and the mana decrease is correctly applied. The timer doesn't seem to be, but timers are also getting randomly messed with. Is something like writing over in memory or something nuts? That wouldn't make sense. Like, how would that happen? Target dot. No, but nowhere is there a target is anything messing with the timer of something labeled target. We're getting the player here correctly for updating status and cooldown. Status. Entity. Stun, move. This is bizarro. Okay, well, what if I do... What if I do this? I just disable all the other things from using skills but me. And maybe then nobody messes with my cooldown times. Okay. So let's see if, while I'm just walking around, if any of my timers get messed with. I have not pressed any buttons. Usually they get messed with around here. Nope. Did it just get messed with? They should be dying, right? Yeah. So if I press this in the vicinity here, then I get the cooldown, right? If I press Q, if I press E, I use the mana. If I press E, I use the mana and I get the cooldown. If I press Q, Q is the only one that doesn't have a cooldown, but Q is a channeled skill. Q doesn't have a cooldown. So that is my clue. My clue is that the cooldowns only occur when I'm not targeting myself, which is very odd. AoE. If I look at the heal, it's not even when I'm targeting myself, because here I'm targeting player, comma, player, not even player, comma, target. So I'm AoEing myself. It's when I'm getting hit that stuff activates. Huh? You know what? I have a suspicion. I just have a suspicion. Okay? I bet I figured it out here. And if I'm right, I'm going to be mad. But it'll be funny for you. I didn't rebuild it, did I? No, I did rebuild it. Hold on. Might not have figured it out. Okay, I thought it was a struct bit packing error, struct byte packing error. It is not a struct byte packing error. It is still the case, though, that I only get cooldowns when I'm under attack, which makes absolutely no sense. Okay. W timer 60. W timer 60, right? But by the time am I printing it wrong? Hold on. Let me just make sure I'm not just printing it wrong. That would be very dumb, right? What is entity? I'm so stupid. Okay. I'm just freaking, I'm literally just doing it wrong. It's so stupid. Okay. Just a draw error. It's not even a logic error. It's a draw error. Okay, there was nothing crazy. This is just me being dumb. Cool. Big waste of time. Build it. Test it. Can't believe I didn't catch that. That's so stupid. There's your cooldown. There's your cooldown. Cool. So this now works. It screwed up my alignment. Thanks, Super Maven. Screwed up the alignment of these, so this is supposed to be 25, and then this is supposed to be minus. Okay. So we've got hook, a heal, and a stun, right? Let's go get one of these. Boom. Can we get one puffer here? Like, no. I don't know why these skills are so weird to get to work. Q is the hook, W is the heal, is the stun, right? Nope. What the heck? Okay. So you do actually get stunned. I don't know why this puffer's stunned. This one's just stuck. Man, I don't know how it's been so hard to debug these skills. I thought this would be easy. I probably need to just start making making some functions or whatever. Yeah. Let me fix the AC real quick. Well, okay, what I can do... I know what I can do. I can make... Let's make this an int. Okay, and this is going to be return -1, -1. We're going to make attack return an error code. Return 1. Turn 1. So now what we can do, this is going to simplify all the skills and reduce the chances for bugs. And we're going to do this for like all of these functions. So this is going to be an int return. This is going to be an int. Okay. This is -1. This is valid move. Since all the pushes are channeled, I can actually make this way simpler, I think. Right? Yeah, I can make this way simpler. So float amount. Dx amount times y over dist. Okay, and return self.move to dy and dx like this. Okay, so this is now good. And this is going to help us a lot because we're going to just be able to avoid a bunch of useless checks. So this is fine. I don't like that we have to double code the mana cost like this, but I don't have a good way around this. That's way better, right? Because now we can tell if we're getting attacked, and only then, if the attack goes through, and only then you lose mana and you get the cooldown. So you can't waste skills. And we don't have to check the PIDs because stuff like attack is going to check it for us, right? So I could actually do... You could technically even do like that, but I think that's too confusing. I think it's just best to do like this, right? And this is... Let me make sure something is reasonable here. I think I heard a message. Okay. Yeah, this saves us a lot of... Oh, we can do... Hold on. Okay. These are getting to be less wasteful, at least, these functions. We're already down to 865 lines. Like this, right? If feels appropriate here because it's like this joint condition. And only target on creeps. And we no longer have to check against ourselves because the other check will take care of that. I think this one actually does need a separate team check, right? If the move near doesn't work, how about this? If TP consume mana, but only CD if attack is valid. Okay, that's good, right? That's not bad for like a more complicated dot. And this is not really a dot the way that I have it now, right? We're gonna have to rework this one. Okay, let's look at the retreat and slow. It's fine, right? Pushes you back from the target by 1. That's good. Slow and damage. This looks fine. This AoE looks fine. And we did have to, we didn't finish this one. So this is Assassinate TP. This is the same as before, right? Where if you fail to move near, you return, but then you consume the mana, right? And then if... Yeah, so this is the same as before. It's this fine. And then the Assassinate move buff is just fine. It gives you a move timer of 2. And give you a move timer of 1 even. Can't flick it. And step. Okay. We are now down to below 850 lines, which is not terrible. This whole thing is a mess here. You don't see what skills the player has, because we're not going to have it take function pointers, right? I mean, it's ugly, but it's not complicated, so I don't think I'm going to care too much about it. Okay, let's test it, I guess. We can just switch variables around, right? In order to test different characters. Oops. Yeah, we can totally just, to test different characters, switch some stuff around. AoE. And kind of gross. We're going to have to refactor, I'm sure. And void not assignable. And heal 1, 1, turn 1. Okay. Choose your puffer. Boom. Boom. We've got the minion clear spell, right? We've got the whoops. We've got the blink teleport. And then our speed boost. Yeah. Blink. We've got the minion clear, which is the AoE. We've got the speed boost. So this one works perfectly. The assassin class feels good. Good. 0, 1. And then this is, so this is 0 here. We're going to try, what do we have? Burst AoE, stun. So it's missing the stun. Into stun. Hey, P-Dubs, welcome. We are actually doing very well here. Have you seen this project around? Whoops, this needs to be no stun. We use AoE anywhere else? Yeah, we used AoE in a couple other spots. Where is this? 691. No stun. Guess we use this in a bunch of places, huh? Peeked at the stream and code a few times. Well, welcome. We are doing some cool stuff. I will say. I'm kind of surprised how quick this has been. Call with wrong number of arguments. And AoE. Was it player, target, radius, damage, stun? Player, target, radius, damage, stun, right? Oh. Stun. Radius. Damage, stun. Yes. Stun. That's probably it. Hopefully this works and we can see some cool stuff. Yeah, this is day 4 is the stream. Well, it's in the stream title. Medium productive days, I'm gonna say. I've been kind of tired. The running is rough. But, hopefully we'll have a cool demo here. I mean, I'm just testing some new stuff out. Okay, Puffer, stop body blocking me. So, I forget what this character even does. I think it's got a nuke of some type. Oh yeah, that's a big nuke. Boom. Yeah, it's got a big nuke. Okay. Let's try this. Boom. Okay. Is there another wave here? I forget what this even does. I think W is an AoE, and then E is an AoE stun. So let's see if we can stun the next wave before it hits me. They coming? Come on, Puffers. Oh, there they go. Oop. They stun? Can't tell if they're stunning. Definitely clear them. Not sure if the stuns work yet. We'll see about that. Let me see what this was supposed to be. Does RL... I assume you mean Raylib. If you're confusing the name, this has nothing to do with like any skill Ray and RL lib. Completely separate thing. Let's have some vendor, some third party in. Think it's OpenCV? No, not Open. What am I talking about? OpenGL, I think. I mean, Raylib is really awesome. It is a single file C library with bindings for every library. So the library is just a C file. It's really sweet. So this is supposed to be a burst nuke, a burst AoE, and a burst AoE stun, right? Burst. So burst nuke. Burst AoE to 200, and then a burst AoE stun, which is supposed to have a pretty chunky stun duration on it, right? In a radius of 2. So int AoE. Target stun timer is equal to stun, right? Attack. Let's see. We haven't done attack ranges yet. to be fair. Okay, it's weird that this should not be able to consume mana. So my Q is consuming mana, my W is consuming mana, and my E is not consuming mana at all. So is something just screwy here? Maybe I'm just not casting what I think I am. Burst nuke, burst AoE stun. Huh? That looks right to me. Very weird. Burst nuke. Thought it's... If you're targeting yourself, you're on your same team, so like you should be... This should not be consuming mana. Let me see why the heck this is consuming mana. If player.pid is equal to 0, print nuke target pid set nuke target pid by player pid. No, wait. I don't know. I'd like to know what the heck it thinks it's doing here. This is supposed to be like, I don't know, some mid character. I haven't played enough MOBAs. Probably like Alina or something. So, okay, there's nobody around here. Right? Nuke 14. Huh? Nuke 0. Nuke 0. So it knows that the target PID is 0, but that's my PID. PID's character type. These is PID is player ID. It's just the index. Unique identifier. 0 is the human controlled character in this case. So basically it's not supposed to do this. Skill burst. Let me try this. cdef if ret print player.pid ret if player.pid I'm just trying to see if Scython's doing something weird with ints as bools. Why are there non-zero hard-coded PIDs then? Well, every entity in the game has its own unique PID. What do you mean, where are there hard-coded PIDs? They're not hard-coded, like... I mean, there are certain unique things in the game, right? Hold on. So, if I hit Q, you get nuke 0. Did I forget to rebuild? I bet I forgot to rebuild. No, I didn't forget to wait, what? Oh, I did it on the AoE. That's fine. Oh, those? Yeah, that's because I need a way to detect which... I don't have a decent way to detect what hero type you are. So I'm just deciding, like, 0 is... like, 0 is Team 1's support, and 5 is Team 2's support, and so on and so forth. Okay, so this is Nuke 0. AoE 1. AoE 2, 1. Okay, this doesn't help me very much. Let's do this one first here. Interact self.attack. Nuke 2. So they're functionally being used as character types. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I guess kind of. This is temporary. This is me being... this is me hacking something. I just added this today. Like, there were no character types until today. And I've been having a ton of trouble getting the skills to work as I want. I thought these were going to be pretty easy. Okay, so, like... Now do I get a decent debug? Okay, nuke 2 minus 1. Is -1 truthy? Interet. I guess -1 is truthy. Is that a thing? If player... Am I stupid, or is this, like, interpreting -1 as truthy? Because this returns an int. I printed out the integer. It's -1. And right underneath it, if ret, I'm printing out ret and it's -1. So... -1 is not truthy in C, right? It is? You gotta be kidding me. Well, that's garbage. What's the canonical thing? Does C have a native Boolean type? Underscore bool. You have to include it. It's not... What's the idiomatic C thing do you do to do? Do you check against -1, or do you use bools? Okay, I hate that. I think I'm going to use the error codes. That's ridiculous. Well, I mean, I guess technically it's... Let me just make sure there's not a post about Beance being slow. No, okay. I guess since it's Python, we can use Beance, right? Uh... I don't like how it doesn't show up as in my highlights as a native type, but Bient. Is this like terribly unidiomatic or is this fine? Well, that's a dumb bug. Okay, this one is actually supposed to be an int because it returns the target PID. That's fine. Int AoE. It's B int AoE. We can do what's this? Success equals cdef bint success false. Excited to hear how this develops. Catch you later. Yeah, see ya, P-dubs. Thanks for dropping by. The other folks here, P-dubs is the original creator of the Pokemon Red project, which I am now sponsoring compute for. Awesome project. Got some awesome people working on it. I'd like to be doing more on it personally, but I've been doing all this other stuff. Okay, so maybe this is now reasonable. Okay, so now we've got this here, right? I no longer use mana for things that are not kaboom. Boom. Okay, that's nice. The stun doesn't seem to do anything. I like that I have this nuke, but stun doesn't seem to do much. I mean, I can spam it on stuff, but, let me see. Maybe I can make it easy to aim like this. Nope, not like that, though. Okay, so for some reason this one doesn't work. Well, we kind of chopped up all the code on this, didn't we? Yeah, so let's do... Yeah, this is fine. If self.aoe skill, I don't know why it changes args on you. That's so pretty bad. Okay, it's fine. And then the burst stun here. It checks self AoE and it inflicts a stun. Int, or was it bint AoE? Int stun. Target.stun timer equals stun. Okay. Let's see if I fixed anything. Okay. Weird how this highlights, but... Okay, so that just doesn't frickin' work. Skill burst AoE stun. QWE. Skill burst AoE stun. Does not remove my mana, meaning that this does not go through. If, oh, greater than equal 0. There we go. Whew. Actually, we can make this simpler, right? If damage greater than 0, and we can also do if stun greater than 0. No, we can't. It has to be part of the attack. Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, this is garbage code. Like, this little section's garbage code. We're going to have to refactor this. Welcome back as well. I've got another half hour or so in me here. Should get some cool stuff in that time, though. We're very close to having this done. Lots of stupid bugs today. Lots and lots of stupid bugs. Okay, here we go. So, good. It doesn't take my mana now. How about now? Boom. I'm pressing it. And when I press W, it works. Looks like you made a lot of progress. Yeah, there's been good progress. Damage greater than or equal to 0, right? Wait. Attack. Let me see. So this returns bint attack. PID is -1 or team. True. This looks like this should work, right? Done. It's done. Player.pid is equal to 0. The UI was super quick to do. It's the main thing is all the skills, and then the big refactor from today was to use pointers instead of PIDs everywhere possible. Since we end up getting pointers from PIDs anyways, it's just one less layer of indirection. So one less place to be stupid. Okay, let me out blocking puffers. Trolls. Boom. For some reason, this E does not work, and the stun is not triggered. Float damage. What did I do wrong here? It's burst AoE stun, right? You're in AoE, not... I don't have an AoE stun. So burst AoE stun right here. It calls AoE, and then the last arg is a stun. So this is damage, and this is stun. So this is the SIG that we're using right here. And if we look, right, like here, it's player, target, radius is 2, damage is 0, stun is 40. If damage, if attack. So we do... Let's just do this. I'm not sure of anything. AoE. And, let's see. This is such a garbage function. It'd be really funny if I actually just, like, loaded the Dota map into this. Oh, that's interesting. So, nothing came up. It's based around your cursor. It's based around the nearest character to your cursor, rather. So this is interesting. Nothing came up until I hit the other AoE. So, what the heck? QWE. Print. Burst stun. Is this even getting triggered? I think it is. Okay, so burst stun is definitely, when I press down, it triggers a bunch of these. So, but it doesn't trigger the AoEs until I press that button, and then it triggers all the AoEs. Okay, so we know that this function is getting called burst AoE. But for some reason, wait, oh my gosh, why? Why? So stupid. Ah. It's painful. Why? Why was that there? I hate that. Ah. Damn it. And now I'm all freaking loopy from having just been, like, working on this thing. I forgot to get lunch today. So, of course, being stupid. Get stunned, puffers. Get stunned. Ha. Stay there and be stunned. Hopefully not permanently. Are they perma-stunned? What? I think I perma-stunned the puffers. So, may as well just, like, test out the single target nuke, which works. And the multi-target nuke, which also works, but's overtuned as fuck. AoE stun. Beant AoE. It shouldn't be a 40-second stun. It should be a 40-tick stun. Let me say target stun timer equals stun. Oh, I think I have an idea. Yep. As I expected. No, here. You gotta update the status first. So it was a perma-stun, but only on creeps. Now, I think that this is going to feel good. I think this is going to be the second character we've got that definitely feels good. You've got a single target nuke, you've got a pretty nice AoE, and then you've got an AoE stun. So this is the supposed to be like the mid lane character. Let's get ready to provide some util with the AoE stun. And then we can nuke AoE, and then we can provide, you know, the tower nuke with the single targ. Boom. We can basically just solo a tower, so this is still way overtuned. But hey, I think it feels good. A little balanced, but feels good. Good job. We're gonna do this one next, so nerf bat incoming. In League, it's not nerf bat, it's nerf cat. You know, this stupid cat that you don't even move your mouse, you just press buttons, and you win. Ooh, oh, okay. So we got Bonk. We got this teleport assassinate. Like this, right? Boom. Teleport assassinate. I can't tell if the assassinate's doing damage. It is definitely teleporting us. I don't think it's doing damage. We've got that self-heal, which just heals 200. And then I think we have a minion AoE clear. Because this is like the jungle character. Is it the jungle character? Are we on the tank? No, we're on the tank. This is supposed to be an AoE dot. So if I go near the tower, no. My AoE dot doesn't seem to work. So self-heal works. Teleport works. Let's go figure out what's wrong with it. Tank. AoE. int AoE. So I have it centered on myself here. And I'm saying center on target, right? And then you go look through all the nearby ones and you attack them. That seems fine. And mana goes down if you can do it. The self-heal works, and then the engage dot. Okay, this has a big note to rework it. This no longer needs to be equal -1. That's why, because this is now a bint. If TP is valid, I think that this is actually kind of okay. Oh, right. It's the problem is that the TP, this is not a dot. This is just like a clone of the assassinate, I think. Okay, well, since you're here, you get to tell me how I should fix this. So the issue is that if you have an engage damage over time, like you can't, the teleport is instant, but then like there's a channel component to it and you need to hold the button. So like you can't have something that both jumps you in and is a damage over time. It could be a, hold on, I could potentially do, it could be an engage AoE instead. So like I could do cat ult. Oh, I can't do, I can do a channel or I can do a teleport. I can't do both. To be fair, do we really need multiple engages? Well, yeah, the tank should have an engage, right? Maybe he has an AoE pull. That would be really cool, right? That'd be really cool. Yeah, okay. I gotta find a better way than just adding more parameters to AoE, though. Yeah, it seems like it would be interesting. What the hell is this autocomplete? That's so bad. it's just going to be player, radius, and amount, right? Yeah, this definitely going to be interesting for coordination. Target PID. The amount that you pull. So target, PID map, -1, you get the entity. And then you do self.pull. It's a fixed distance displacement. But the thing is, technically, if you channel a pull, you'll get a smooth animation. I don't know how to do it in a blink, though. In a blink, it's a little awkward. Should that be pull target player amount? I don't think so. Let me see. Yeah, no, because the pull here calls push. So I could do it that way, or I could just call pull here. I think this is correct. Player target amount. I think I have it right. I don't know. Yeah, it's weird. The code is not good, okay? That some of the code in this file is good, most of it is not. Yet. It will be good. Okay, and then what we do is AoE pull. And it's going to be a 1 pull for now, just to test. Engage dot cannot convert. Working code is better than beautiful. Hey, I mean, the thing is, most of this is not terrible. I don't think it's a problem. Like, I don't think that it's a bad idea to just be implementing everything in like 1 800 line file. Even, I think that's perfectly fine. It's just that some of the actual logic in the functions is not great. Okay, so you can teleport to stuff. Hiya! Oh, look, did I just do it? I think I did, right? Boom. Yeah, they did that. I think it works. I actually would way prefer everything, like, especially for a project that's going to be maybe 1,000 lines. I'd almost way prefer to have one file with really procedural, brain-dead simple logic than have, like, 10 files with a million useless abstractions. I can't tell if the pull's working. Here. Doesn't just have to be one or the other. Fair. Maybe this is working. I can't quite tell. I mean, I can set the pull to a ridiculous amount. Well, the blink is definitely working. I really can't tell. I think it's going to be hard to make that feel good. Maybe a push would be better. Maybe a push would be better, right? That would, like, push him out of position. That might actually be better. Push. Since, like, creeps tend to follow you anyways and stuff. Because then you could jump in, like, on an ally, right? And you could maybe push them out of the way. Yeah. So you could blink onto an ally, right? And you could push enemies off of them. That actually would be way cooler. So let's see. I think it's just not working. Displacement work on stun targets? Yeah. It would. It's just not getting called, I can tell you for sure. Centered on player Y, player X. Y plus dy. Get entity. If target dot team this is an equals, isn't it? Blink, stun, and push would be crazy strong. Did I even rebuild this? Right, hold on. Target.team is player team. Being able to pull a team is reasonable too as a support. Yeah, it's there for a support. Like, that's what we have it for originally. Wait, did I do this wrong? Push. It looks like this should be correct. Let's try this out. I gotta order dinner in a few minutes, and then I gotta go when it's here. Freaking starving. Good progress, though. No. I'm not getting, like, the oomph that I want out of this. This is supposed to be a blink strike, right? Blink works. Self-heal works. Self-heal is really nice. Be easier to give the creeps like 10k health. I think it's, like, obviously not working. I'm just trying to figure out if I can tell why. Easiest would be to make them not move, to be honest. That would make it easy. Make a test level. Okay, so here are the puffers. Boom. Yeah, it's definitely not working. Print. Let's see if it thinks it's working. No, it doesn't think it's working either. Creep navigation can be overriding it. It's not getting, this is not getting printed unless I forgot to rebuild, which I didn't. So why is it not getting AoE player 4 and 2-0, right? So player target PID radius get entity push target and then AoE pull. Oops, gotta rebuild. We're so close to having something cool here, though. After this test, I gotta order food. I'll still be on here, though, until it gets here. Ah, so there's no recognition whatsoever of anything. Okay. Player. Did I do this math wrong? Is it negative radius? It's the same, isn't it? Get entity, target PID. This logic looks identical to me. Minus radius. We're not calling it with radius 0, right? 4. 2.0. Yeah, we pull. PID map. dy. X plus dx. Y. Yeah, logging some stuff. It's just not getting to anything. It's weird. Come on, let me out, puppers. Oh, what? It's literally not even... It's not... Okay, is this... Hold on. Move to... AoE, pull... Hold on, it might not even be getting here. Move near. If not self dot move near. Ah. It's supposed to be this. Stupid. Very stupid bugs. I mean, I'm just like hungry and tired at this point, so I should stop. I'm gonna order my food. I'm gonna make sure this works. Hold on. See ya. I'll go get DoorDash. Okay, we got food. Put that up there. Now let's see if we can get something cool to happen. Did that put him out of position? Yeah, it did. I just saw it. Go the puffers. Boom. We knock them out of position a bunch, right? Boom. Yeah, that totally knocks them out of position. I think things move too fast at the moment, right? But yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so that's solid. We'll rename this to AoE push. And now we just have, well, I guess the first one needs a little work, but we'll do this one here. So they've got a retreat slow, a slow damage, and an AoE, right? So retreat slow, carry, slow, damage, and slow and damage, and an AoE. I think we're going to end up making the slows stronger. So we've got a treat slow. Okay, it's got an AoE. There's a, yep, that's a nice retreat slow, right? Boop. It launches you back out. I think, and then this, what's this, W? Is a slow. Damage slow. Okay. Let's tune it a little bit, I think. I think this one here is going to be push. We're going to just do it twice, I think. Turn. And then we're just going to do push. 0.5 modifier. 1.5 modifier. And this has got to cost more than that. This has got to cost like 20, 20, 20. And then player.w timer's got to have like some sort of a cooldown on it. Try that. Oh, actually, that's still not enough push. You need like 1.5, I think. So it's going to essentially, it's going to try to move you 1.5 cells. It's going to try to move you 2 times. So if you can't bump back all the way, you'll still be moved once. This one does not inflict damage. So, see? That's pretty cool. And if I go like this, that goes very far. That pushes you way farther than it should, doesn't it? Oh, I'm not actually enforcing the W timers is all. Three. So yeah, it's going to do 1.53 times. That looks good. Yeah. That's a cool skill. So like you want to like retreat from something? That's pretty nice, right? And you just spend energy as you need to. Then what we have? We have AoEs, we have a slow, and we have just a simple AoE. Simple AoE is simple AoE. Doesn't do a ton of damage. Good for farming. And let's see if we can slow one of these guys. Ult. There are only 3 skills at the moment. We could technically add 4 for an ult. Might be cool. The ults would be... We should totally add ults, you're right. Okay, so the reason you can't see it is because it does too much damage. I think. It does 250 damage, right? Or what? 100 damage? Oh, it's just too short. That's fine. Some point not needed right now. Yeah, I agree. Welcome, Linky. Been some good stream today. Good progress. This is a 877 line Python file that did not exist before Monday. So that's always nice. Is it slower? I can't tell if it's slower. Randomly found this live. What language is this in? It is a mix of Python and Python. Pretty much the whole environment for the game is in Python, but all of the surrounding infrastructure, the training, neural net stuff, and so on and so forth, minus a few performance critical pieces, are in Python. This is, well, this will be an ultra high performance sim that runs at 1,000,000 frames per second by the time I'm done with it. No idea how fast it runs now. Haven't optimized it at all. 1,000,000 seconds per CPU core, I should say. And then the goal is to get this training at 1,000,000 frames per second. That might be kind of hard, but at least 100, at least like hundreds of thousands. And I did see that the slow was just working a moment ago, so we're good on this. This character feels pretty good. The slows need a little bit more range, I think, on them to be impactful, but we can do that. So this one feels good. Only one that's left is the first one, which is a little awkward. Okay, so support. Okay, so this is a channel. You can keep pulling at 1 unit per 15 mana, and you can just keep casting this, it looks like. That's good. Support has an AoE heal, which has a cooldown, which is reasonable, and they have a heavy stun. This should be a very heavy stun, so we're going to put a 60 on this and a cooldown. Also, this thing is open source. This is on GitHub is pufferai/pufferlib. Go ahead and give the repo a star on your way in. Helps me out a whole bunch. But yeah, all the stuff I'm deving is free, open source, fun times. Okay, so we've got... Okay, so this is not what I wanted to do. This is the opposite of what I wanted to do. This is a pull towards a thing, right? All this looks really cool. Where should I go if I ever wanted to learn to code? To learn code. Well, something like this would probably take quite a while. The game component of it is not all that hard. The hard thing is designing this for... I mean, all of the players in this game are going to be controlled by neural networks that are trained with reinforcement learning. So designing for that ultra high performance is hard. Basic game stuff is to new people, I just generally recommend whatever time you're going to spend on it, you spend like 20% of the time on like online course formal resources. Don't use like dumb boot camps. The top courses from like Stanford, Harvard, but yeah, Stanford and MIT really for tech. Those are online. So 20% of time on that and 80% of time just building stuff is what I say. Can we pull? Oh, I think we can pull, right? It's got an AoE heal. That looks nice. And then has a heavy stun. You can pull the towers. You can pull the towers because I forgot to account for that. That's a nice stun. Oops, I guess there's something there that's wonky. No, we're not doing pulling towers. We're not hooking towers around. That would be nuts. It would be very funny, but I think it would break the game, right? I'm really tempted to leave it in, but like, it would 100% break the game. The RL agents, you know, you're kind of right that the RL agents would come up with some crazy stuff. Fine, I'll leave it. It's a feature. It's a feature. Oh, that's good. You've convinced me for now. It stays. Well, these all feel good then. We've actually managed to get we've actually managed, like, they have to be balanced and stuff, but we've got 5 hero classes or whatever that feel pretty good. Give the towers ults. That'd be funny. I had this in the background most of my workday. Hey, thanks for sticking around. Yeah, I saw the one person on Twitch. That's cool to see. I mean, then you've seen all the stuff, and you've heard plenty of me bitching about stupid bugs. What's the most fun of these classes? I think I like the I like the assassin. The assassin feels the best to me. I want to play some assassin. I think that's my best one. It's super simple, but it's like really fun. Oh yeah, we need to do slow heal over time as well. Well, we also have to implement cooldowns properly. There's lots of stuff to do. So the assassin has this sweet move speed boost. He's got this freaking awesome teleport. Of course, he gets murked if he gets caught like that. But next time, if I can follow a ranged, what is it? It says right under here. It's like support, assassin, burst damage. There's a tank, and then there's a carry. Yeah, like the mobility feels really good. Like you can just like boom, right? It's just a straight move speed buff, but it feels really good. When do you add jungle? There's a class that would work. This actually, This class right here, this assassin, works well as a jungler. He has an AoE that only works on creeps for clear. And then he can do shit like this. Boom. And just like take one out. Of course, the creep clear just kind of makes the wave obsolete. But, you know, if you use it on a player character. This teleport. You saw, like, does a big chunk of damage. Donk. Speedy puff. Speedy puff. And we'll have to set all the mana thresholds so you can do cool combos and stuff. Like WQ and whatever. Like jump and like spam some stuff would be cool. Alright, here, puffers. Go on. Boom. Nice AoE. Boom. Jungle instead of bot mid. Yeah. I've got to add the map, but this class here would function as jungle. Something's jank over here. But yeah, this class will function as a jungle once I change the map and add some neutrals, basically. We got to put different base stats for different classes. We got to do cooldowns. There's lots of stuff there to do. But it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. This is... Hold on. If we go to Pupper. As an SDE, I feel like I stared at my own bugs all day and watching you quash yours is therapeutic. Well, hey, they're easier to fix when you're not working on a giant pain in the ass project. Are you going to hardcode classes or have a YAML or such to easily add new ones? There's not really an easy way to add new ones because, like, you need to write arbitrary code for new skills. That's the thing. So it's in any config right now. Thank you for the stars today, folks. It's gotten quite a few. This growth is awesome to see. It's in any config. It's in pupverlib environments. Ocean is our set of first-party environments. So this also has the grid environments that we made on stream. And it also has the snake environment that we did on stream. It's got MOBA. And here's the code. This file's 400 lines of, I don't know, whatever the heck is in here. And then we've got the actual, or is it the C code or the Python code is 877. Not too bad. If anybody's got any quick RL questions, I'll answer those at the moment. If not, I'll be signing off because food will be here in a moment. I forgot to make lunch today, so I'm absolutely starving. Hold on. Stupid thing. There we go. Yeah. I wonder if there's any cool progress update I could post real quick on Twitter. Localize the rewards in Pokemon, but it's really bad and hardly beats Gym 1. I don't know what you mean by localize the rewards. I don't know what you mean by localized rewards, Slinky. Oh, um, probably Linky, that means that you've like tuned your hyperparameters really aggressively over the last several months for the exact setup that you had before. And like you'd have to retune. Um, one thing that you could potentially do would be like you could potentially like try to scale them down equally and then increase the learning rate by that same factor. Though you might also have to change the entropy stuff, like entropy and value rewards by the same factor. There's a lot of stuff that scales. You're gonna have to try to scale everything like together is the thing. Because like, let's say your rewards are like 10 and 100, and then you go down to like 0.1 and 1. Okay, now you have to up the learning rate by a factor of 100. But the thing is, you can't learn the value function 100 times faster, right? So, like, that has to now be decreased. Like, there's going to have to be some trade off there. Anyways, dinner is here. I gotta go. I think I'll be doing this tomorrow as well. So, I think tomorrow we'll see what else we finish up on the environment. And maybe we'll get neural nets training. I think getting neural nets training would be really cool. Though maybe we'll have to do some balancing first. I'll see. Anyways, thank you. Thank you all. And I'll be back tomorrow. Bye.